Yeah, so we are live, Sundaram. Maybe we'll wait for 2 minutes and we'll start.
Okay, fine, sure. Okay, so let's start the session. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever you have joined this event. We are super excited to host this Angular conference. This time we are organizing for the first time, and it's in virtual. And we will organize this conference every year. So, due to this pandemic situation, for this time we are organizing as virtual. And once we are back to normal life, definitely we will be organizing this event in person, as in person. And first of all, I would like to welcome you all on behalf of ng-Keralam community and also on behalf of our co-organizing communities. Today we have good speakers, and let's learn from more from them. I would like to thank all our speakers for being part of this event, and also our co-organizing communities. Our co-organizing communities are Angular Hive, Angular Chennai, and NGSL, that is Angular Sri Lanka community. So thank you guys. You are giving so much of support and encouragements. So because of you, today we are going to organize our first virtual conference. So without much delay, let's get into our session. And our first session is What's New in Angular by Santosh. So over to you, Santosh.
Yeah, hello everyone. Hi. So this is Santosh here, and thanks a lot, ng-Keralam team, to actually organize this conference. And we are actually having our first Angular conference, I would say, in year 2021, and it's organized by ng-Keralam team. So thanks a lot for your effort, and thanks a lot for giving the opportunity to actually keynote this conference. I'll just introduce myself. My name is Santosh Yadav, and I'm one of the GD for Angular and a GitHub star from India. I'm also an open source contributor, so I mostly you can find me on GitHub doing some stuffs, as well as now I'm working with Lars on Lumberjack project. Really excited about it. So yeah, let's move on and see what's new in Angular, right? So we have been seeing a lot of new things coming in Angular, and I'll be telling you few things from the Angular 11 release, a few things from Angular 11.1, which the minor release which was released last week, and it really had few good things to talk about, and then a little bit about roadmap of Angular. So let's go ahead and get started. And so first thing, in Angular 11, what we got is we got the support for lazy loading with
Sorry to interrupt, Santosh. So I think you're
uh,
not sharing.
really sorry for that. Sorry. Can you just add it? Okay,
Yeah,
so let's. Really sorry, everyone. So I'm a little bit excited and scared as well. My first keynote, so I don't want anything to go wrong. But yeah, really sorry for that. So yeah, let's start. So the first thing which we are going to talk about in Angular is support for lazy loading with named outlet. This feature was released. I would say this is something which was pending from a long time, and now it is available. So you can actually have a named outlet and you can lazy load it. Earlier, it was not possible to do that. So whenever you want to have something lazy loading or something lazy loaded, you had to actually use the path, right, syntax without the outlets. But with 11.1, yes, that's possible. You can actually have a named outlet and it will work, and you can actually do the lazy loading of that particular URL, right? Next thing which we have is Webpack 5 support. Remember, this is something which is not available as of now. I think this is experimental. and we may expect the Webpack 5 support around maybe 11, the version 12 probably. But in case you're using Yarn, you can go ahead and use it. So in your package.json, you can just go to your package.json, add this code, which is resolution, and then give the Webpack version of 5.0.0 or whichever latest version is available. And then you have to just do npm install, and it will just pin the dependency to Webpack 5, and then you can use it. Remember, only for Yarn. In case you're using npm, I think that's something which is not available right now. Hot module reload. So this feature was something which was broken from a long time. Earlier it was there. I think a lot of Angular developers used to actually use this functionality where they can just update something in styles or update some code, and it will never reload, right? So it's like you can actually go ahead and check if your CSS is working fine without getting your entire page reloaded, as we do, right? So for right now, if you just go to your application, create a new Angular application, and let's say you have a CSS, style.css, and make some changes, and you save it, it gets recompiled, and then you see the changes on your browser with latest styles. You don't have to do that anymore. So what you can do is you can do ng-serve-hmr, which is hot module reload, and what it will do is it will just reload the application. It will not reload the application. You will feel like, okay, it's there is no reload which is happening, but you will see the latest changes related to styles applied on your page. So this is something which will boost your productivity in case you are using Angular 11 and above. You can actually avoid that much time, right? I mean, reloading the application and then again go to the flow. For example, if I'm right now, let's say you have multiple routes on your page, login, then employee, and something like that. And generally what you do is once you save and your page gets reloaded, you lose your state, and then you have to again follow through the same steps, go to the employee, and then see if it is working fine or not. Here you don't have to. So in hot module reload, it's really simplified. You just make the changes to CSS, you see the changes on the same page, no reload, it is internally compiled and served to you. And really sorry for this noise, some work is going on in my society. So yep, the next feature, it's something from CLI. So earlier we whenever you used to do ng-serve or ng-build, right? So you used to get some something printed on your command prompt, right? So this is this bundle.js, and then how much size is that, and a lot of things, right? I mean, sometimes it is not even readable. Now the builds are actually pretty formatted. So you can see one example here where you have your chunks, your name, and your size, and it will tell you, okay, this is the file, this is the name of the chunk, and this is how much size that particular chunk is. So it's really nice feature. The next feature you have is inline Google fonts and icons. This is something I'm sure you might have seen this, something which is available right now on your page. For let's say if you are using Google Fonts, what will happen is you deploy your application. There is a URL which gets inserted on your index.html. I'm sure most of the developers who have done ng-build might have seen this already on your index.html. So there is a URL which actually redirects to Google Fonts, or in case you're using Google Icons, and it is actually deployed on your server. And then whenever you make your first request, actually Google Fonts and icons are downloaded from the internet. So remember, there is some time based on whatever bandwidth you have. It will take that much time to actually download your Google Fonts or Google Icons. But with Angular 11.0, in case you have configurations true option, which is already by default. So remember, this is something which is already available by default in case you migrate to Angular 11, that you say, okay, optimization is true, which is default. So what it will do is during your build process, so let's say you do ng-build-prod, it will actually download the Google Fonts and icons from the internet, and it will inline it. So the advantage is the round trip which you are going to have after deploying your application is gone. But there is keep one thing in your mind. Once you migrate to Angular 11, your CI pipeline should have access to the URL, Google URL, and it should be able to download it. If you get an error called index.html generation failed, remember this error is related to this. So it means your CI pipeline doesn't have access to Google Fonts and icons URL, whatever mentioned in the index.html, and it cannot download it. So what is the solution? Of course, you can ask your CI team to actually go ahead and allow that URL via some proxy or something, or just put this configuration. So you can say configurations in under optimization, say fonts false, or this is also another option. You can say optimization fonts, and you can say inline false. So yep, keep this in mind. This is something maybe useful, because I recently faced this issue where my index.html generation was getting failed on production. So I had to go ahead and do this, because in large organization it's not possible, right, in getting everything accessed within a day. It's good optimization, but has a downside. Another thing is TS-lint is no more, and I'm actually sad to actually tell you that that is no more. And December 2020 was actually last for TS-lint. It's gone, and now you have ES-lint. It's TS-lint is deprecated. It was deprecated long ago, and now you have ES-lint available. But the question is how to use ES-lint inside Angular, because there is nothing which is default. And once you create an Angular 11 application, you still get TS-lint. So of course, thanks to the community, so there is something called Angular ESLint, which is available in case you are creating a new application. And what you can do is you can actually go ahead and do Angular ESLint /schematics. You can actually install it globally, so -G, and then you can actually go ahead and install Angular ESLint, this one. You can create a new application using collection is equals to Angular ESLint /schematics. Remember, this is in case you are creating a new application, considering you already have Angular CLI installed. In case you don't have Angular CLI installed, make sure that you are installing Angular CLI globally and Angular ESLint /schematics globally. And then you can just do this ng-new -- collection is equals to the Angular ESLint /schematics, and then you will be using ESLint by default. What in case you have an existing application, right, and you want to migrate to ESLint? Yes, that's taken care by the community as well, thanks to our nice community who takes care of every scenario. So you can just do ng-add Angular ESLint /schematics, and then you have to just run this generate command. So you can say ng-generate Angular ESLint /schematics, and then convert ESLint to ESLint and give project name, considering you have multiple projects. In case you don't have multiple projects, I think it will take default as all the ng-add commands does. And then you can just do npx ng-lint and your project name, which will run all the linting rules on your application. So these are two ways in case you are starting a new application and in case you are migrating a new application. Otherwise, in case you need more detail, recently Lars wrote a really nice blog post how to migrate to ESLint, and it has everything covered. You can actually connect to Lars. He's available in chat, and he will be sharing that link with you in case you want to migrate. What about 11.1? So we got 11.1 released last week. So what's there? So you have improved error messages. So Angular, the one good thing about Angular, there are a lot of good things, but one good really like is the way it tells you what the error is, right? So the errors are most of the time are readable, and you can figure out what's going wrong. And it has improved a lot from Angular 4 to Angular 11, and Angular team is still continuously improving those. So apart from actually doing this, I think apart from actually improving the error messages, they also have a link available now on the docs section. I have that included in references. You can go to that link and you will be able to find top 10 errors. You will be able to find the videos regarding that. You will be able to find why those errors are available, why you get those errors. So everything is now documented. Remember, top 10 errors which you can get in your application, and it's available on the docs. Experimental native IV support for language services. Language service is awesome. I think if I love writing code in Angular, most of the things goes to language service, right? If language service is not working, it becomes really difficult, because language service is the one which is actually driving entire IntelliSense, right? So you get, whenever you write Angular code, you get a lot of IntelliSense, you get autocomplete. How you get those? So language service, thanks to language service, right? It saves a lot of time for us. And just to inform you, till now, Angular language service was using Vue engine, which was the older one. And sometime we used to actually get the not the great IntelliSense or great autocomplete. Now that's gone. So now IV support is added. It's an experimental, and I think it's available on this extensions, Microsoft extensions. You can just go ahead and search. I'll find the link and share it with you as well. and it will provide you better autocomplete and better intelligence as well. Trusted sites type support. So this is something new, and I was also confused why it is being added. So I went to the change log and I tried to figure out what is this. So trusted type support is something which is now adopted as a standard. Till today, we have the XSS attack, or cross site scripting attack is one of the biggest threat to the internet, right? So what browsers have done is they came up with a standard called trusted type support, where they will start getting silently fail in case they feel that you're trying to include some link, let's say inner HTML. Let's take an example of inner HTML. It's really scary, right? I mean, I can include anything and it will be executed. So generally inside Angular, what you have to do is you have to actually tell Angular that, okay, this is safe to actually access, and then you can assign the inner HTML or whatever property you have. With trusted type support, you will start getting an exception. So if someone tries to do that, your application will fail at the compile time. So that's something which is included inside trusted type support to reduce this cross site scripting attacks in future. And it will be supported by more browsers. I think they have already, as I said, this is something which is getting standardized across all the browsers. So they will be getting failed as well. They will throw error or they will silently fail. So I don't have any more. I actually have to read more about it, but I have included a link into references and you can go through and read more about it. Support for TypeScript 4.1. With Angular 11, we got support for TypeScript 4.0. Now we have TypeScript 4.1 available with Angular 11.1. Preview for Ivy library distribution. So we were discussing about this on Twitter last week, and Minko shared one repository where he had implemented it. So let me just tell you first what you mean by preview of Ivy library distribution. This is mostly for the library authors, or in case you are creating a library inside your organization. So what we generally do is, you might have noticed that after Angular 9, when Ivy was actually available by default, you got two tsconfig.lib.json and tsconfig.lib.production.json. What was there? So in production, you will find something called Ivy false. That's it. That was only thing which was there. So the thing is, in Angular 9 onwards, you cannot publish an Angular library with Ivy. I mean, compiled with Ivy. So that was not possible. And now Angular team did some RFC a few months ago to figure out how they can actually allow Ivy packages to be published on NPM. And they came up with a preview. So still not fully supported. This is preview. In case you want to try it out, you can just go ahead and try out in your application and see if your library is able to build with Ivy, and are you able to publish it or not. So yeah, that's about the releases in Angular 11.1. Let's talk about roadmap. Update on E2E strategy. So last week, Angular again did some RFC related to E2 strategy, and there was a tweet on Twitter where they asked what E2E libraries or E2E framework you are using and which one you want to see inside the Angular. I mean, I'm not sure if they're going to actually give us default option, but yes, they are trying to improve the E2E strategy. Maybe you can get Cypress in future as part of your Angular CLI, and then you can choose whether you want to use Protector or you want to use Cypress. That's possible. Migration to RxJS v7. So I'm not sure if you're available, but RxJS v7 is already in beta and it's available. In case you want to try it out, you can do it today. And probably it should not break your Angular application. So Benlesh has sent a tweet across to everyone, all the Angular developers. In case you are using RxJS already, just go ahead and migrate to RxJS v7 and see if something is broken. So of course, everyone needs help, right? So RxJS team also needs help. In case you already have an application, you are using Angular 11, you are using RxJS 6 point whatever version you have, you want to give a feedback, update to RxJS 7. So you have to just do npm install RxJS @next, and it will just install the latest version, or so it's beta, so you have to say @next, and it will install it and see if something goes wrong and give the feedback to the RxJS community. Enhanced material components using MDC web. So This is something which this project is going from a long time, and what Angular team is trying to do is MDC Microsoft, sorry, not Microsoft, Material Design Components, which is already a standard. You can go to material.io and you will be able to see documentation full of lot of components and lot of guidelines how to create material components. And Angular is actually trying to adopt the same guidelines which is promoted by the material design component, and they are trying to create the components. The only problem which I can see in future is probably how to migrate, right? So because both are right now they are doing parallel development. The MDC web components are being developed, as well as your current components, whatever you use, is being maintained as well. So this is something which is in queue and going from some time now. Better debugging and performance profiling using Angular DevTools. So this is something which I think most of the developers are going to love, and most of the Angular developers. For a longer period of time, we had some tool which is available, Ogrief, in previously, but you may have noticed after Angular 9 it is broken, right? And it's frustrating. So the thing is, it was happening due to Ivy. The whatever the code they have written, it was broken due to Ivy, and now Angular team has actually worked in collaboration with the Ogri team to get the knowledge how they built it, and they are working on Angular DevTools, and you can see something soon regarding Angular DevTools. I'm sure it will be available by Angular 12 or somewhere before that, and you can actually install that Angular DevTools and do a lot of things. You can actually debug your application. You can see how your Angular application performs. Everything is available. Next task in roadmap is actually some everyone needs it, right? So whenever there is any performance issue in your application, whom you blame? Not yourself, of course. So you blame zone.js. You say, okay, this is happening because zone.js exists. Whether it is the problem or not, you just blame zone.js. So yes, zone.js opt out will be available in future, and then you can blame yourself or your team members, but you won't be able to blame zone.js anymore once it is gone. And view engine, I'm sure you might have heard a lot of things about Ivy. Before Ivy, there was a view engine, and we used to have view engine by default. And then Ivy came in, Ivy became default. But what about view engine? So a lot of code related to view engine still exists today in the code base. Yeah, you don't use it, but yes, it's available in the code base, and Angular team is trying to remove that code. So it's like kind of code cleanup which will happen, and they will remove the entire view engine code from the framework. Okay, so these are some references I told you about. So you can go to web.dev/trusted types to read more about trusted types, which is standard across all the browsers. Then you can go to this changelog, Angular changelog, to see what's included in Angular 11 or Angular 11.1. And then I told you about errors. So this is the link. You can go to angular.io/errors, and you will be able to see all top 10 errors which we have spoken about. And yes, so that's it. In case you have any more question, I'm available on Twitter. You can send me a connection request on LinkedIn. You can go to santosh.yadav.dev, where I have a lot of information about where you can connect with me, and related to Tech Talks with Santosh. You can also follow me on GitHub in case you want to. I will not force you. So go to santosh.yadav.dev to find out more about me. In case you want to connect, I have already started this something called Meet with Santosh, where you can schedule a call with me for 20 minutes one-on-one. You can discuss whatever you want to. Yes, so that's it from my side for the day, and I hope you will enjoy this conference. A lot of amazing talks coming soon, and see you on the chat.
Okay, I think there are some questions like we can quickly go through, I guess,
Yeah,
Santosh.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, so there's a question from Vishnu Das: is Angular DevTools equal to Augury?
No, actually, whatever information I have, it's like Angular team worked closely with the Augury team, and to get the knowledge about how they did it, how, because they already have all the information available with them, so they helped them. But this is something which is driven by Angular team now.
Okay, okay. So there's another question like, what about the validators ng model? As I understand, no more recommended for template usage.
What about the validators ng model? I'm not sure about the forms. I mean, there are a lot of things going up related to forms. So they are trying to make it strictly typed. So you will see some features in future. There is nothing concrete right now, so I don't want to comment on that. What's going on around the forms?
Okay. Yeah. I think those were the questions, and there were some interesting discussions going on in the chat. So maybe you can take a look, Santosh, yeah, once you free call.
Yeah, cool. I'll be available in chat. So in case anyone has anything to talk, so please send me the message and tag me. I'll be able to respond.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Santosh. Thanks for your talk. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks a lot. See you. Bye everyone.
Okay, so next up we have Gugan. So he'll be talking about scaling and tooling with NX. So over to you, Gugan.
Yeah, hello all.
Okay, so next up we have Gugan. So he'll be talking about scaling and tooling with.
Yeah, hello all. I'd like to say like a belated Happy New Year wishes everyone, and I hope like this is like the first big Angular event. It's going to happen in 2021. I'm so happy. So humbled to like get the opportunity to talk about that here, and so okay. So what I'm a software developer at ThoughtWorks. So I basically dabble with the front end frameworks and the C# and works. So I'm just going to talk about scaling and tooling with NX. Okay, let me share my screen. Yeah. So today we are going to talk about scaling and tooling with NX. So NX is kind of like a like love. Okay, so for Angular, they got lots of love for Angular. They started enhancing that, embellishing it, and kind of like getting us the ready set PowerShell tools, first, which are going to look into. We are just going to scrape a bit of like what the NX offers us. So feel free to drop into our websites to learn a lot about their features. And recently, Lars articles on their Next are on fire. Okay, you have to please do check them out. Along with, you can also look into the Manfred Streyer's domain-driven design patterns, which they got key docs deeply about implementing DDD with in NX. And so we are going to, because we are also going to take that domain-driven patterns, and we're going to look into various shell patterns also. So I'm just going to talk about that. So let me go into the talk. So what is NX? Okay. NX is just extensible like a dev tools for mono repos, right? So it's nothing but so they provide you with the tool set that helps you to develop your mono repos. Okay, that enhance your mono repos workflows process. What else they do provide? They provide also tools for you to architect your linting, your building and testing at scale. Okay, remove it's all everything at scale. So it's just very good suited for your enterprise applications where you have multiple applications sharing lots of features, same dependencies. So you don't want to have to like manage them or create them manually from hand. So you can use the NX tools to leverage those things like testing. They bring in the just as a default out-of-box testing, unit testing support, and along with the Cypress for your end-to-end testing. And for building, they provide you with the Webpack and you can even enhance your building processes using your custom builders. And for linting, with NX11, the out-of-default boxes. with the ESLint. As you know, what happened to ESLint of by December 2020. So they also provide they also do provide TS-Link along with for now, and they ask you to they say it's depreciated and ask you to migrate it to ESLint as their default linter. But by default, if you generate any NX project, henceforth it will always give you a ESLint setup. Okay. So along with that, what they do also give you is an ultra cool CLI. Okay, their CLI is kind of like an extension version of Angular CLI with more cool features, such as like they enable you to do a computation caching. They also help you in dependency management, where you don't have to lock your dependencies. This kind of comes with your monorepo patterns, right? So along with that, they also do provide you dep graph, dependency graphs, generate dependency graphs for them to handle your affected files, right? That is so which we are going to see in little more of time. Okay. So along with that, what we are going to see now is what you need to do when you're doing a scaling. Okay, when you want to scale in enterprise applications, you need to set up when you're setting up your workspace, you need to have like a configured folder structure. Not every enterprises will have to adhere to the same policy what we discussed, but what they do is in turn they have their own grouping set of like rules that they get aligned to. So what is the basis for them is this is folder structure. So how you group your things. So what goes into libraries, what goes into shared UI, what goes into utils, and who should depend on who. Like those things can handle in NX via like tags and scopes. You can enable that part also. Along with that, how to scale unit test, right? So right now, what they do is they offer you just as out-of-box support. By, as you know, it just runs your test in concurrent mode. But by using the Angular NX CLI's run many command, you can even run your multiple projects at the same time. You can spin up multiple processes and execute all these processes just in parallel, and you just will take them and run it in concurrent with that process available. Okay, and you can also do a ESLinting with filelines. You can globally target your ESLint as this kit it's provided in like out-of-box support with ESLint. You can also enable that. Should be enabled that, and you can enhance your build with Webpack's custom setups, and you can enhance your existing build setup also. You can override with like survey. You can even write functions wherein after your dist is generated, you want to do some changes to your index HTML, whatever you sometimes you want to add certain extra lines of code after your index.html is generated with a build, and you can also do that also with having like functions. Then you need to set up your Git hooks wherein you like yours like a pre-commit hooks or pre-push hooks through lint stage, and to set a workflow designs like style guides. Everything is adhering to their coding guidelines or not. So using code licenses or something. So apart from that, now this is for local things. Okay, what goes when it goes to CI? Like when you do a continuous integration, what it goes to is like you don't have to run all your tests, right? You have to run affected files. So NX offers you an affected command wherein you tell whatever is new to the PR, like if you're a PR, like whatever is only new to the commits, it just runs that one alone. And whenever you, since before I was talking about this run many command wherein if you want to run a test suite or functional test with custom things like wherein you spin up multiple processes. If you want to build a multiple applications wherein you every time your node modules will be installed and built again. You can cache your node modules and kind of like use the cache to be handled in your other build processes to leverage the cached node modules also. Because as you know, with NX, the semantic version is the same. If your one application is using one set of versions, the same set of versions is going to be managed by, is again managed by your other set of applications are going to also use the same dependencies. So the semantic version is going to be the same across all the applications for the dependencies. So also for this, they also provided it. You want to run it in a distributed environments with different agents are running. You want to enhance that. You want to do a cloud level computation caching also. NX Cloud is being provided as a solution which enables us to do that. Along with that, NX Cloud is kind of like open source. It's free for open source projects, but it's proprietary for enterprise applications. So once you have done with all this kind of like the scalings and the features we have built, right? So what is the next thing what we look out is when we develop any like like projects and folder structures, like we tend to go with lots of like different patterns to check in what scales well for our domains or for your use cases. So Narwhal publisher has published PDF booklet called as Enterprise Monorepo Patterns, where they describe in great detail like what are the suitable monorepo patterns that there are, and how you can leverage them and how can you use them to leverage it into to build your enterprise applications. Parts of those descriptions are also available in your nx.dev as part of guides, but that booklet deals in great detailed manner of these enterprise patterns. Along with that, you can also go and have a look with the domain-driven design by Manfred Steyer. Okay, yes, written some amazing articles like implementing domain-driven designs, wherein this is more of use cases for when you have much more domains involved in applications, like multiple domains are involved in you. So you can also leverage that. And now the one thing, what we are going to see is a pattern that's kind of like it's not like a fully dipped pattern, but it's an opinionated tip which kind of like I have had success with in implementing in our enterprise applications, and that is called as adopting this bounded context plus shell pattern. So there is this domain-driven design. Bounded context is a concept from your domain-driven design development, and you can learn a lot of that about from the Manfred Steyer's article. And that is something called as adopting from that. There is one more extraordinary article written by Nacho Vasquez and the Lars. I think is also in the chat, Lars, who has co-authored that. The topic of that is various shell patterns for your libraries. Okay. So from here, what we are going to take it is like we are going to adopt this bounded context and the shell pattern mechanism, but we are going to since this is kind of like if you don't want to go too loosely the two like different libraries for different shells, and if you want to kind of like accommodate them into like features and if your libraries and how your libraries explore your bounded context and your shell patterns. Okay. So what is the first step is you have to set your bounded context for a library. The bounded context can be anything. It can be your layout, it can be your routing, it can be like limiting it like this is what the context for, this is what for my library belongs to, this is what is required for my libraries. Because these days with enterprise like development applications, right? There's like kind of like selective menus when you need to go into separate features. Like if you go for payments, you need certain sort of different layout there. Some menus might be hidden, some menus might be showcased. So you don't have to kind of like hold the same to the layout, like one layout for the entire application. There's no more. They tend to kind of like adapt to different features whichever we request for. So it's better if you set a bounded context of responsibility. So in cohesion with your library, so it helps you in that context. So what you can do is like this total concept is kind of like for in one feature library. So assume that you have like a payments library, right? So where you deal with credit payments, your debit payments, your transaction failed payments. So those kind of like things are like kind of going to be coming under like payments module. So they kind of like sometimes they might go big where you have to go to separate module libraries for each and everything. But for now, assume the context is smaller. So in that case, what it helps you like sometimes the layout is going to be different for this particular section alone. So and apart from other home module or your dashboards. So here what you can do is you can create your payment in your library. You can create a shell module which defines a bounded context. The layout is required for your application. So you can also handle the routings also here. That is your other, like what I talked about, this is the payments section, the payments credit library, or the module, or a payment debit module, and those kind of things can be imported as a sub feature into a shell module. Can even be lazy loaded into this shell module because we are offering routing, right? So you can also lazy load that module. So apart from that, what we are going to kind of like talk about is. So what you need to do is you are going to export only your shell module from your library or index.ts. Okay, so from that payments library, you're going to export only your shell module alone because this contains all your routings and your layout information. That's kind of like a home for your library. So that sets the context for your that entire library. So you can just export that part alone. So how it would look is it's this is simple diagram to show is like a payments library when you have multiple modules. It's like when you by default, if you generate a library in NX, right, it always gives you a singular module file also. So you can move away from that and go to a multi-module files where you can expose a shell module as the root one and other modules as a sub modules inside into a shell module. Okay, and so this kind of like feature helps us to in order to if we want to segregate the layouts or not. But there are various scenarios where it might become more composite. So in that case, I think I will refer you to Vasquez's article on and last article on this variation of shell level patterns, where he talks about this composite like shell patterns, where multiple features might share one shell module or with grouped bounded context. So sometimes. So sometimes what happens is, so apart from that, so this is what so this is one tip, opinionated tip which would help you guys kind of like scale your NX applications. Okay, yeah. So now we are going to talk about like the how to do tooling with NX, right? So for any enterprise applications which you talk about, kind of like which you have enhanced, want to increase the efficiency of your developers, right? So you don't have them to do that mundane and routine task by them again from scratch from again and again. Let it be creating spec files or service files or your any like your build process like image optimization. So you don't want them to do something manually for every code. You can automate those processes, right? So for that you need to have a right set of need to have the set of tools to do that. So always the Angular CLI brings in with the tools kind of like also like schematics, and they bring in your task runners called builders. And what NX did is they took that and they have provided with their own version of like schematic generators and the builders. So that's what we're going to see in a few minutes bit. Okay. So that is made easy because they brought in their own dev kit package. Okay, they brought in dev kit package which kind of like and has some it provides. So here henceforth the builders are called executors because builders are nothing but task runners. So in an Angular context, a builder does something, but it builds something, it does something. So here they are called as executors. And your schematics are called generators because schematics are nothing but they generate your files, right? They give you something and they generate your files on top of it. So that's what they do. Okay, so what happens over here is like they do also provide the compatible versions with existing Angular builders and schematics. You have to know that you can write a schematic in Angular, or if you have an existing schematic in Angular, you can tell it to and you can even convert it to a generator through a function called as wrap Angular schematic. So it converts your Angular schematic into an NX generator. And the same way, sometimes if you can generate and you can create an executor, but if you want to make it compatible with Angular CLI, you can also do that. There's providing there's a function called convert NX executor, which converts your executors into an Angular compatible functions that will be run by your Angular CLI, Angular Dev Kit as a builder. Okay, you can also do that. So we're going to see a quick demo. I want to extend one few task which you might see is like when you are generating any library. I also want to generate a service file, a service spec file, and a model TS file also along with it. Here the model.ts is usually for encapsulating for including your types, your interfaces, your enums, anything that relates with data modeling. Okay, those things can go into your model.ts. So assume that in my enterprise application, I want to do these things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend the library schematic, extend my existing schematics, and top of it, I want to create these files along with that. And how we are going to do that with the new NX generators functions. Okay. Yeah. So it's going to be a demo time. So remember, okay, so what I'm going to do is over here is I have already created I already tried it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run it with the new things to show you what happens when you want to create a generator. So when you always want to create a generator, you have to use the NX command, NX generate workspace generator with the name you want to use. So I'm going to run this command to generate my existing so I'm just going to clear it. Okay. So I'm going to run this one. So since my library is already a generator, it kind of like it will kind of like update the existing two files. These are the two files that will be created whenever you want to create a generator. Because so those files are index.ts and your schema.json. Let's go into that. Why it's showing update is I already generated that folder structure, so it is telling me that whatever existing files it had updated and it is now new, similar to how your new files are there. So if you go and check over here, if you see, this is the first file index.ts that's generated. This one provides you the context for your generator, and your schema.json is for used for your provide options. So if you want to provide any other options also, can add it over here. Additionally, here the required option is your name, the name of the library, which is we gave here npm. When we run that, we gave that nx generate workspace generator with a name. Okay, now remember this is a NX CLI. It runs on NX CLI. If you want to create any Angular schematic and you want to convert that, then you can remove this part and it will become like Angular CLI. And you know that Angular schematics can build in a different way, so you don't have to include this one. So if you go over here and if I go check over here, so if you see here, this is a library generator from Narwhal workspace. So if I do to try to run work, so what I want to do is I want to include the library generator that is being developed from the Angular workspace. So I'm just going to import it from the Angular schematics. Okay. So now if you see, now I'm going to what I'm going to say. So I don't. So what it provides, you see, three functions provides. Okay, it's a library generator first, and it's a format files, and then it's the install packages does. So this is basically what it does is. It is all these are async functions. That's the beauty of this new generator. All these are particular functions. You don't have to kind of chain them like how you do with Angular schematics. You can just run them one by one. It runs it and puts a host into the next one. And because since it's an await, it will run it in synchronous manner. So it will. So you don't have to worry about kind of like whether you once you generate certain set, you can go and generate the next set. So and this install package, this is for like performing side effects. So say that you have something in your code which will kind of like have to add an npm install after doing that, because you would have had that sometimes like with the ng-Keralam schematics, if I write it, you need to install a ng-Keralam packages, right? So those kind of steps it helps us to do with this function. So but since we are not going to do any of this, I'm going to remove that. And now I'm going to run the schematic in a dry run mode to see like what is going to kind of generate. Okay, for that, to run any workspace schematic files or workspace generators, the command is going to be same. You can interchange and use it. It's going to be this command, which is nx workspace generator. What is the generator name? That's a library, and with the library name. Okay, these commands, right? If you see that I am not added this in my schema, but these commands belongs to the existing library schematics, providing the directory BD and simple module name, and these things are available in the existing one. So it kind of like picks it from them. So workspace, I'm going to do it kind of like I'm going to run and see like what it's going to do. I'm going to do a dry run. I'm not running it the real manner. So give it a seconds. I think it should be done. Yeah, it's done. So if you see, it's kind of like creates all your files like readme for creating a library called Keralam.module.ts, config, disconfig, config, spec, everything is getting generated. Now what I need to do is I need to add my other three files into it. So now I'm going to do that. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I need to create specific formats for this specific template file, so that these kind of like will be taken into and targeted and created in my new targets. And the target is my lives folder. So if you go and see over here, I created these template files. Okay, so these are kind of like your placeholders where your real file will kind of like substitute into these file names and kind of like renders it into a target directory. For example, here __ file name _ means it's like a substitution. So the file name has to be substituted in this place. So for this is a model file with a file name. So if you go and check in interface, I'm providing one more substitution ring, which is a substitution string called as name also along with it. So here, I'm using underscore template underscore s. It's just not to make the TS config take it consideration that this is an actual TS file. But no, this is not a TS file. This is going to be my template file that will be used to generate the real TS files in my target directory, okay, our target library. So the same way goes for file name service spec TS, wherein I kind of like has to kind of like substitute with a class name, and then I have to provide a file name and services. So if you see, we are using different substitution names for it, but we can't like a class name, like file name. And if you go see here's a name. And if you go and see here, we are using class name because we want it in different formats, right? The class name has to have the first letter as a caps. If it's hyphenated, then the hyphen, each of the word, the first letter has to be in caps. So these things are all we have to provide. We can't ask everything to be provided in the options. Okay. So and we also want to generate them. So what Angular, what NX does it for you is they provide you a beautiful thing called as names function, which is again from the Narwhal dev kit, wherein if you pass your schema from the schema, if you pass the name, it will kind of like generate a set of names for you to use. For example, if you pass an hyphenated name, for the name they pass the same hyphenated name. For class name, they create it with these strings and they return it to expected format. Like the first letter of each word should be in caps. If you want it as a property name, they're giving you a property name wherein it's like a case, and if a constant in all caps with underscore, hyphen with underscore, and then for the file name for you to use also. So I'm going to utilize this name, and I'm going to create the required substitution strings that is required for me to generate my files, and they are name, file name, class name. Okay. So now this is done. So what is the next step? That's I need to generate these files, right? So now I got the required name set, and now I need to generate these file names. So what NX dev kit provides you is a function called generate files. Okay. So this generate files is also from Narwhal dev kit. Okay, wherein it takes you 4 parameters, which is your host, your source folder, your target, and your substitutions. So the host is the default abstract syntax which we get it from the building of the other thing, and the target is this file path. So sorry, your source is from this file directory. Take the files, substitute them, and put it in my target. So that's what we are going to do now. So to do that, I need to resolve this one to I'm passing this folder path is in path Jain. I'm going to import that part here. I'm going to say that this is a directory name, and the directory name says files. Okay. So what I'm going to do is next, I'm going to give the target name. So I need to create a target path. So usually we don't create it as like this, but we might get the library path and the folder context workspace path, and then we will generate that path. But since this, I know that this is the target is going to be my lips folder, so I'm just building it for now for a demo. I know. So if you see, this is the same file name. This name is internally used by the Angular schematics library generator to generate yours files, right? So similarly, they also use the same file name to set the target. So I'm able to easily use that one also here. And then, okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass this as the target. Now the final one is my substitutions. Okay. Now you see I need 3 substitutions. One is my name. The next one is my file name. These are the names for my files which I'm generating. And next one would be the class name, which will be used inside my service files, where you have created classes for class names to be provided in the class files. Along with that, see, I need also to substitute this template string, right? Because this template, why we are using it is to make it kind of look like this is like a template for the not to be recognized by this, but I also have to remove it in terms of my final target, right? So I'm gonna replace this with empty string. Okay. So now I'm going to run my thing again in my generator mode, in my dry run mode. I'm going to see whether it creates my files or not. Okay. See, voila, it's got created. Now I'm gonna see, if you see over here, 3 other files are getting created. Now I'm gonna run it in the real mode to see whether those files are getting generated in actual level or not. So I'm gonna remove this, try run mode, and I'm going to do it here. You see, so my files are get created. Let me go and check it over here. And sorry about that. So if you go and check in my libs folder, if you see in the ng-Keralam folder, you could see that along with that, my substitutions have been created. See, I have been substituted with the spec files here with the file names, and this file name is going to be different. And here I'm going to create a interface with this real property name to be used. See, so whatever name I'm passing, it gets created interface types. So this is how you can do a substitutions, and see how it helps us to easily kind of like use this with the latest new generators when I didn't have much hassle to do it. Just create a target file, generate files, is called takes my host and does start, and substitutions are happening, and then I'm just formatting the files. That's it. Okay. So what I'm going to show next is my in the demo. What we're going to see the next is I have kind of like 4 more minutes. I kind of like go and walk through with the next is like a custom builder for the lending styles using StyleLint. Okay, so basically what I'm going to showcase is like what you want to do. So how we have a generator like a workspace, like a CLI kind of like a schematic generator for your generators. We don't have something similar for that for building your executors or creating executors, but we do follow a certain kind of like a style, like a guidelines that if you want to create any executor or a builder for that, you create a StyleLint folder. Like here in case of StyleLint, it will always take 2 files. Once your implementation file, is a schema.json through which you will pass your properties. Okay, and next is your types for the schema. So usually the schema, the JSON, we won't create manually. We will kind of like use it like use a JSON to TS compilation where it automatically creates your types file, but we are not doing it here. And once you generate these things, right, you have to go to your builder kind of like to provide it so that your Angular CLI will know where to look into it. Okay, so in your create a builder's JSON, okay, and you kind of like provide it there for the StyleLint, and this is the implementation. This is the schema, and this is description. So implementation is when you call the StyleLint process is called who to look into it. Okay, so that's what it is needed. So apart from that, so you need to provide the builders in your packet or JSON. You have to configure that to provide in a packet JSON, so it will know where to look. So this is like how you normally create a folder for your executor. So these are the 3 things. Why usually sometimes we put builders and packet or JSON inside your StyleLint also if you don't have much builders into it. But if you kind of like want to create lots of other builders like lint states, the compressions. So if you want to create more than things and you want to configure all of them in one builder, right? You can add them, keep on adding them to here. So that's the reason why I put it outside of the like individual builders. Okay. So finally, what you need to do is kind of like, so here I'll just go fast over this. So what it does is, as you know, always your Angular CLI kind of like you want to run a build task, it requires this create builder function. This create builder takes a function as an input, and that function is a builder handler. So that handles your how to do that. What is the in what context you have to run and how to run and what you need to run and what you need to do. That's it. But then Angular CLI takes that and it kind of executes against this pattern. So here you have we are switching into the context workload wherein we are awaiting these files, and this we are creating the config path. This is the StyleLint.rc JSON which we are given over here. So to get that file provided into the options also to resolve that particular route. And so then we do a lint. So this linting is usually done through the Node APIs that has been exposed by the StyleLint. So that's it. So we can use that one to kind of like link your styles. And so basically kind of like, so this function I think checks the results. If it is error, it starts printing out the errors. And you can also, if it is, see here, it's printing out the failed results. Okay, I'm just filtering it out the failed ones, and I'm just printing it. And if it is success, it's kind of like it shows this is the final object that's been sent back. Okay, whether to know whether it is a success or not. So always, for you to run the executors, right, you need to first compile that to a Java TS file. So we already have a command called a TypeScript compilation, which creates an. So if we go and see over here, it kind of like compiles my implementation, TypeScript compiles into a JS file. So which is then created. So which will now with this I can run my lint files, which is this command. Okay. So if you give over here npm. So it runs your commands. Now so right now you're running it in NX context. So that's what you're saying that is now you will pass the success object, right? Since you are returning that success over here, it knows that Angular that your target has been succeeded. If it creates error because we are passing it with fix command. If you have any errors also, we can even resolve that. So I was supposed to show you with this one, but my time has run up. So this is how you can run it. But also, lastly, I want to show you like after this being generated, right? Now this TypeScript, you are setting it as a target, right? So you have to go to your Angular JSON and set it as a target. So here, if you check for this library in test once in architect in the line style lens, I am setting the builder to tool start process style. So this is the same name which I gave in the builder.json. So that's how you check it over here. The builder.json we give style and that's one will take off your implementation. If you want, then we are having to passing two options. One is a style and config and one is your lint file patterns. Yeah, so basically that's what I wanted to talk about. Yeah, thank you. So if you have any questions, sorry, it took a little bit of more time.
Okay, I think there are a couple of questions. The first question is from Kishore. So can each and every feature be put as a separate project in an NX monorepo project? What's the pros and cons?
Yeah, actually, okay. That's a good question. And if you do that, what's the process? Like you get to kind of like have you can isolate your testing also, right? So if you put it in separate way, when a project runs, when you do an affected, right? When your CI goes to an affected mode or run, if you make changes in that one particular like feature and when you want that, so it can be isolated and tested that one alone. You don't have to run any entire test suite also. So it's like a good practice as suggested by the monorepo patterns that you can put you can put your every feature as a separate project in your monorepo. Cons wise, I don't see any cons other than your. I felt initial times you might have a struggle with convincing team members that your Angular JSON is going to be huge, wherein lots of libraries were created. But when it comes to scaling and better these other features which we get by achieving that, I don't see any cons by having the every feature as a separate project. Actually, you have to have a feature as a separate project. But if your features can be grouped, and then there could be a sub features. If your features can be shared, then they go into a shared context and libraries. So there are those things are there. So you can create them in a shared folder where that feature library can be utilized by other libraries also. Yeah. I hope that answers the question, Kishore. Yeah, how to decrease the build time for projects done in NX monorepo. So there is this various guidelines that have been like explained in the NX dev in the blog post. So one suggestion would be that to use NX affected commands when you start using in your CI pipelines. Okay, in your CI pipelines, whenever you start to do the things right, you can run it with NX affected also. And now with the build time also, they started bringing in this incremental build. I think that you can also leverage that. You can learn more about that in their NX dev articles also. There's that also. Yeah. I hope that answers.
I think those are all the questions, Gugan. Thanks so much for your session.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me, and shout out to amazing coordinators like the Sundaram and the Suhas, and the community partners also like Angular Hive and Talklify and the Sri Lanka NGC Sri Lanka and Angular Chennai also. So thank you guys for having this amazing conference setup. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so next up we have Ramesh Kartik. So he'll be talking about how to build Angular apps using RxJS. So over to you, Ramesh.
Yeah, thanks, Sugas. Can you hear me right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, can someone confirm me that you're able to see my screen, guys? Uh,
Yes,
Sugas,
it's
can you
visible,
see
Ramesh.
my screen?
Yeah, yes, I'm able to
Is
see
that
your screen.
okay? Thanks.
Like you can increase a little bit of your font size in VS Code.
Okay. Sorry, what is the command? Can you shortcut key
I
to
think
increase
it
the
should
font?
be control plus, I guess. It's not working.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's okay.
Now it's good.
Thanks. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, guys. So my name is Ramesh Kartik. So I have been working in IT the last 13 years. So work with various different technologies, Angular, .NET, all these things, all these technologies. So it's really glad to meet everyone and long weekend, especially on the long weekend. Right, it shows that how people are quite interested to learn something new. Right. Yeah. So first of all, I'd like to thank Talkify community, the Sundar and Sugas for organizing it. So this is the second session that I'm working with these guys. Yeah. So thanks again. So let's today the agenda here is so today the topic is the building Angular apps using RxJS. So so if I quickly run through the agenda. Sorry, guys, one second. Yeah. Yeah, if I quickly run through the agenda, so we are going to start with the pattern like from where exactly this RxJS has been
Sorry
started.
to
Yeah,
interrupt, Ramesh. There are
yeah,
some background noise.
yeah, yeah. Is that looking good? Is that fine?
Yeah, now it's fine. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, all right, yeah. So, guys, the agenda here is we are going to start with an observable pattern. So, basically, the RxJS, where exactly it started, and what is the reason behind that, what is the history behind that, why do we need this RxJS, or what exactly that we pulled out from this observable pattern, how is actually helping this RxJS, right? So, that's where we are going to start with the observable pattern and we are going to get into this RxJS library and what are the different operators which is available in the RxJS. So starting with the concat, merge, right? So a lot of operators is there. Obviously, like I cannot uh, work on all the operators, but still definitely the one which is really important. So that one I have covered, guys. Okay, yeah, all right. So I'll start. Yeah, the basically like no. So this session primarily I'm not taking with the application. So usually I go with the live application and explaining. But this time, obviously the code is also there, but at the same time more with respect to the concept, not with respect to the application oriented, right? So as this RxJS is something quite important for the concept, right? So the concepts actually stands here, right? Yeah. So probably for the beginners who are just started the journey with RxJS, they know that they have to know this, right? So it is observable, right? So observable is the key word that you can hear in RxJS topic. So what is that? So basically that if you look at the general meaning of observable, what is that? So capable of being observed, right? Capable of being sharing with everyone, capable of being consumed by more than one, right? Basically this is stands among the top, I mean stands among the crowd, right? So that is what, so the entire RxJS topic is actually going with this terminology called observable. Yeah, observable is something like no, so the capable of being observed, it has its own characteristics, right? to being observable, to be available to everyone, right? So that's the meaning. I just want to give you the background of what is the observable, right? Yeah, you guys can hear interrupt me anytime, if in case if anyone have any questions, if you want to add up as well, yeah, please go ahead and do that. It's not that I just alone have to speak, right? Yeah. So the overview of observable pattern, like no, as I told, right? So if you look at then Wikipedia, what is that observable pattern? It it's actually the whole RxJS topic content is being written on basis of, right, the observer pattern, right? So observer pattern, probably I'm not sure like how many of you would have got a chance to work on that, but I personally worked on in the .NET areas with the observable pattern. So basically what is actually important is something like the subject. So that is subject or content which needs to be which needs to be communicated, which needs to be provided to the list of consumers or the dependents, right? Those guys are observers, right? So the entire topic is all going to be, right, the subject, observer, and observable, right? So I'll tell you in detail of that. So this is, if you look at this 4 lines, this is where the everything is going to be, right? So end of the day, the concept is that one, like it's a design pattern in which an object named subject is going to be provided or maintains list of dependents or who is going to consume that one, right? So and notifies the record information at any state changes, right? Probably I'll explain you in detail. I just want to cover, yeah. Let me start with the basic yeah, my intention is to cover everyone who has just started this journey, right? So if I want to give you in a general meaning, right? So you might know, so someone might interested to observe, to listen, to watch only English news, right? Like one set of people is quite interested on that only English news. They do not want to listen the news in any other language like Hindi or Tamil, right? They don't want, they want it only in the English. So basically the crowd is there, the people are there for that particular subject, for that particular topic, right? So here if you look at that, for the English news alone, for the English subject alone, there are 3 observers is there, so 3 consumers are there, right, basically. So what I'm trying to say here, for any particular subject, there will be more than one observers will be there, right? That's the point here. At the same time, the same observable can subscribe, I mean, can listen different news as well. Certain members, it's not that only one language. Certain members will listen also Tamil news, also English, right? So those kind of people are there. But in this picture, I have just depicted only for one to one, right? Basically, right? Yeah. So the same, I just put it in this pictorial representation what I discussed now. Like again, the same observer who's like there are as and when there is a change, as and when there is a sports, the particular match is started, the sports is started, so he subscribed that one, then this guy is watching. So suddenly if there is a news is coming, he is also quite interested on that. So that is notified to this guy and he started listening. Basically the left hand side what you see, this guy is an observer. What you see in the left sorry, what you see in the right hand side is an observer. Basically he is the consumer. The left hand side what you see is the subject, it's the content, right? So the content varies, so it depends on the need of the observer. So that is what I'm trying to explain here. So the needs and the requirements is actually matches based on the observer. Like at the same time, it's not that only consumer is wanted, that like we s- we subscribed it, hey, please broadcast as and when this match started, please broadcast it as and when the news is started, right? So that's how this observable pattern is actually working. Okay. Yeah, so this is a general terminology, I'm not getting into this it. So here if you talk about in the observable pattern, like one to many relationship between objects, like no as I mentioned, like observer, one observable which with multiple observers, right? So that is one thing. And one object modified, okay, the entire dependent list will also will get notified. Say for example, if there is a change in the English news, if there is a new topic is brought in inside the English news, so the entire observers will get notified. Yeah, you know something, there is a new news which is in place, please go and watch. Yeah, so that is the communication, that is what it's all about, the observable pattern, right? So one object is modified, the entire communication, entire notification will send to the everyone who is subscribed, right? So who are the participants? Subject and observers, right? So there are three persons only, as I mentioned, the subject and the observables and the observers. So these three are the participant. I'm not going to get into the details of the pattern what they have used, but I just want to put it as an FIO for you guys. So this is also comes under, this is coming under behavior pattern, most of the thing. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll quickly get into this code as well, but I just want to cover what is important, what is really needed before we get into this code. Meanwhile, I'm just checking my watch as well, like how fast I'm going. So the anatomy of observable right now for anything before we get into the RxJS topic, what is really important for everyone to understand the observable. Okay, so for that observable, whether you use that observable with the RxJS or not, or you're not going to use with the RxJS, that is something different. But what is actually you have to do to create an observable or this anatomy is, so you have to create your observable, and you have to subscribe the observables and executing this observable and disposing the observable. So these four steps is just really needed for any kind of event flow or data flow programs that you're writing. Basically what I'm saying, if you create an observable, that is something, it is going to, it needs to be exposed to everyone. So yeah, that is the first step, right? First we need some subject to be exposed, right? What is that? Like that is something, the creating observable. And in my case, like the news is something needs to be exposed, right? I'm just creating the observable. What is the subscribing to observables, right? Subscribing to observable is something, who wants that English news, right? So that subscription needs to take care. How is the executing the observables, none other than, so this guy has to propagate that subject, right? So the English news subject has to propagate, right? That is about executing. Finally, once everything, the data flow, data communication is done, once then we have to dispose that observable, right? So that's all about, I'll tell you. Yeah, so I'll quickly run through as we have very less time. Yeah, so the observable, as I mentioned, right? If I want to compare with your usual function, right? So I'll talk it in a detail, like no. So in this particular slide alone, so observables are lazy push collections of multiple values, right? I told you, right? So observables are something, some content that's a lazy. It's this guy is quite lazy. Okay, so we have to push multiple values to multiple persons, right? For that, this is quite useful if you want to compare this with your function, right? So if you write a single function, so that is something is going to be a pull. You have to reach out this pull and get this accordingly, right? So but this guy is observable is something, right? Multiple. So here we cannot support the multiple values. The multiple values you can do it only with it, right? I'll show you an example. But here is something observable as and when that you need it, you go and subscribe it and use it, right? That is what about. Yeah, so here is what I'm trying to say here. So you need to subscribe it when you need it. If you don't need it, you just unsubscribe it. So whenever you need it, what you have to do, go ahead and subscribe, right? So this is what you have to create your observable. This is how you have to create your observable. I will show you the code as well. So this is where you are communicating the information. This is where the communicating the information, one two, this is just a basic thing. I mean, just a sample one. You are communicating, you are passing on the required information to your subscribers. What are your subscribers? So they are waiting for your information, right? So they are ready to consume your information, right? So you just producing this information basically, as I told you, right? So this guy, this observable is actually comes under its producer, basically like produces data at its own space, right? So observables are a new push system for JavaScript. Okay, so it's a new way of pushing your data. It's you are on the server side that you want to push out to many information to many of your observers, right? This is the right thing, right? So it has the capability of producing multiple values, right? Pushing that to multiple persons over a subscribe, that we can get into that, right? So that's what. So this one we cannot achieve it in your usual programming language. If you look at the first example, this guy, this is not possible, right? You cannot return more than one value. That is not possible, right? You can return only one. Either you can join this one, but you can return only this thing. We cannot extend. But this guy can notify like anything. This guy can propagate like anything. So as and when you put next, you can start sending out the information in synchronously or asynchronous mode, right? So what is important here, right? So we talked about observable. Yeah, we talk like the how we have to create, how we have to pass on to the consumers is something that we look at it. But what is needed is subscribed. It's not something we have to broadcast to everyone in the world, right? Whoever is needed, what is your need? If someone is wants to consume this information, give that information to that guy alone. Do not dump them, right? So that is what I'm talking about. So observable is something like publishing the values who is subscribed it, who is have subscribed, so those guys only will get it. Okay, yeah, so I'm just learning little fast. So this is how you have to create your observer. So again, like, and what handlers these guys are using, like using this next, error, and complete. So these are using this ways, this observable will communicate all the information to the observers, right? So basically this guy is a handler to communicate, to deliver the record information to your observers. Okay, so yeah, so let's just look at the code. Yeah, so here I'm not getting into this. I'm just showing it the basic code here. I'm sorry, is that a right? Yeah, this is the right one. Yeah, so if you look at here, I'll take the simple observer. So this is how we have to create. You just need to create construct. I mean, you just need to put a new word and create an observer. What you have to pass, like, to observer, right? Observer is someone who is going to consume, right? So that instance is needed for this guy. Okay, so you're passing message one and passing message two. What is important, you need from your side is to understand how you have to create an observer. So while creating observable, what is that you have to pass is your observable. Basically, the dependence. We saw you there, right? Dependence. Who is going to consume those guys, right? So this instant is needed. So then you are going to message one, message two, and message hit. These are the handlers is going to deliver to your consumers, right? So like this is the simple observable. I'm subscribing it. I'm telling this guy, hey, I'm quite interested with you. I'm quite interested with your content. So please allow me to subscribe. Please take this subscription. Okay, I'll take the subscription. So as and when this guy is providing the information, at this point, I just for the test program, I just printed it accordingly. Okay, so this is what guys is all about. The concept begins is observer. What are the important things that you're seeing here, right? How we have to create an observable. So this is the message, this is the content, right? This is the subject, this is the information that you want to pass, right? That you want to pass on to list of observers, right? Who and all this observer is who is going to subscribe this content, right? So this guy is took the subscription. Okay, then getting the information from that. So the whole communication between these two guys. Okay, I'll quickly run through the other examples whatever I have created. Actually, I have created multiple examples. Probably I'll share you the get URLs as well. That will I don't want to take more time by running this one. It will again this result only the error complete whatever is you can create it here. You can see it here itself, right? So these are the ways that you have to create observable dot create. Also you can create, you can provide this information, that kind of information. So yeah, the same set of example. Okay, so yeah, the off one that I will show it in another program that I will be showing. So basically, like yeah, so one other important one, right? So from here, if what is that you understand? I'm creating an observable. So I'm getting the data from this guy, right? So this is an external URL. This guy is producing a what I can say different set of information, right? So I'm quite interested with this guy's information. Okay, I'm subscribing it. Okay, so as soon as I subscribe, I'm just putting it. So basically, right? So whatever this information that we are uh, going to propagate, like who, it's up to like who is going to subscribe. If I'm not going to write this line, that nothing will happen, right? So it's everything else will happen only after the subscription is started. If the subscription is not in place, you do not expect anything out from the observable, right? So that's all about this. Is other different flair of uh, programs that I have created for that. Okay, I'll quickly run into the other program. So yeah, so the next one is other RxJS one. We'll take this one. Yeah, so I hope you guys clear on that. What is that observable? How we are? Yeah, that's fine. It's in local only. Yeah, by the time it loads, will. Yeah, so basically you guys clear, right, what exactly the observables, because these things are quite important. Okay, so when you want to get into this RxJS, okay, so I'll just quickly get into this RxJS introduction about that one. So you guys have any questions or anything, any questions, anything anyone want to discuss about this observable, or subscription or anything like? Okay, so these four elements is four process is actually important for any kind of program that you're going to write. Okay, if no questions, I'll just quickly move on there. Okay, so that's what, like, RxJS is it's basically a library, right? So it's a library for composing synchronous and asynchronous and event based programs by using this observable sequence. Okay, so the concept whatever I explained, right, for the observer, so that is going to be the same, that is going to be the same. So this guy is RxJS is going to utilize this one, utilize this observable, and going to give a flavor of like creating a asynchronous or synchronous or even based programs, basically reactive programming, right? So the RxJS is something like going to create, allow us to create a reactive programming using this observable concept. So what is that reactive programming? As soon as something is happened, immediately it triggers multiple places, that is triggering a different process, right? It's all about that one, right? Anyone have any questions? Do you think that I'm running little fast? I know that we have very limited time. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so I told you, right? So again, what is there in the RxJS as well? These are all the concepts. So again, you have to understand how you have to create an observable and observer and the subscription under the operators, right? So observable, again, you should have a plenty of collections. You should have the subject ready to be exposed to the outside world, to the whoever is consuming, right? So whoever is going to consume, the observer is going to consume, right? This guy has the collection of callbacks, right? This guy is having the collection, right? So basically this observable will iterate internally all the observers and provide the and deliver the required information, right? Deliver the required information, and then all will happen with the once the subscription is ready. So this concept is not going to change, only the RxJS is going to help us to do the asynchronous and synchronous programming with the help of observable. Nothing else is changed. So observable concept is also going to be the same here, right? So and then this will help you to quickly notify the multiple observers, right? So these are all the concepts is staying behind that one. So I'll quickly run through that RxJS. Like without RxJS, if you look at the first one, right, what is that you are seeing? Like just that adding the listener, as soon as the click is done, so the console is clicked, right? So but what is important is both are the almost same. I'll tell you the difference here. So this guy is without RSAs, if you see, you can you can come, you can pass on only once, like basically you cannot pass the information to the multiple observers. That is not possible at all here. Okay, the first one. So but if you look at the way of working or the expected work, both this RxJS and the event listener works in same way. This both are event handler only. So both of their job is to as something is happened, passing on the record information to the corresponding listener or the corresponding the consumer, right? The target is going to be the same, but only problem here is without RxJS you cannot target it to multiple persons, right? But I can simply go ahead and if you see the below one, I'll create a multiple observers. I'll notify this document click as and when the click is happened. I'll give it to multiple observers, right? That is the beauty here, guys. Okay, yeah. So again, there are other flavors which is there in RxJS, right? If you look at the first code, so if you want to understand, if you want to control the flow of events which is coming from the observable and to the observers. For example, you should not you really do not want the information should flow within a second, or you really want to control the flow of information. At least only one information should flow within a second. Okay, so in that case you have to write this much of information without RSS. But when you look at the down right, so there is an option which is their throttle time is 1000 milliseconds. So this guy what will do, it will it will control the flow of information. Okay, so from the event, whenever this click event is happened, okay, so through this pipe, I'll explain this pipe. So this throttle time will control the flow of information to the other guys. Okay, so that is what it's all about, right? Okay, so this RxJS has lot of capabilities with respect to controlling the information flow. Okay, you can see it out there. A lot of conversion is also available. I'll explain you. So this is one other flavor, guys. Okay. Yeah, I'll show you the example after covering this slide alone. Yeah, so before we get into the RxJS operators, I'll show you what exactly the code, so that you will understand, right? Yeah. Okay, so here if you look at it, yeah, I told you, right? So uh, so uh, uh, using this add event listener, we did in that way. So now I did the same logic, did the same kind piece of code I written in using the RSS. How did I write? So basically using this, like basically what is the expectation here? As and when the button click is happened, I need to notify this information to the consumer, right? So that is the expectation here. So here is something like what I did, like this button click, I'm going to listen there, I'm going to watch, like if any button click is actually happened on this particular thing, so immediately I'm taking it as an event. I'm taking it as an event and subscribing it. So basically what is that you are saying? It is not that you are subscribing your own information. It is not that something that you are subscribing a particular instance information. You can also subscribe your DOM objects. You can also like lot of plenty of HTML related DOM information is available right in the document. So you can control that as well. Like if any changes happened on that particular element, so you can get that using that from event, right? So a lot of examples is there. I wrote it here. I don't want to, I cannot explain it everything as considering the time. So here is also the other one, right? So I'm just listening a control called text second. So as and when there is a key is pressed, right? So I'm subscribed to this one. I subscribed within a 2 lines of thing. I just subscribed. So basically this basically that I can create a multiple subscriptions, multiple observable. So here what is that you are understanding here? So this is where your observable content here. Basically this RxJS is actually helping. You can ask me, hey, where is the observable? Where is the observable that you have created? So that's what I'm asking, like, no. So this guy, the beauty of this from event is has the capability to convert your convert your instance into your observable instance. Okay, so this guy will return observe, like if you get into the details in the Google, like you will understand like what is the role of this particular guy. Okay, so this guy's job is to convert your instance into an observable instance. So basically, like here the observable is created, then here the subscription is there, right? So what else we need, right? So that is what the event flow. So you can create a plenty of codes over there, right? So Yeah, I'll tell you that there are a few other examples. Yeah, it's all in the same way. I wrote it. Yeah, so the another throttle time I mentioned here, right? So I will not I will not allow basically, yeah, any event, more than one event in a second, right? So this guy will help you on that, right? So full all amount of like this observable and the subscription, and right. So this thing and the content, so this is where your content, this is where the information that you are actually passing to your your subscribers. Okay, so this is one other, yeah, the rest all other same. Actually, I'm not going to take it everything, but still, I'll try to cover one other example. Yeah, I know this time is held out. Yeah. Okay, one last important topic I cannot able to cover completely. Considering time, I'll try to cover. Yeah. So far you guys understand, right, how this RxJS is actually helping. Yeah. So by the time I'll take another code. Yeah. As I don't have time, I'm not running every project. Guys. Okay. Yeah. So the next one, I'll just take a minute here to run this guy. To explain this as well. Yeah. Okay. So with the help of your RxJS, you can also share your information between one component to other component, guys. Okay. So that feature is also you can get it done. You can easily implement that one. So I'll quickly cover that one as well. See here, I'm just created two components. One is the parent component, other one is a child component here. So there is no other functionality there except the subscription is actually happening. Okay. Yeah. So there is a service which is there, the data service I have created. So this service will simply provide you the record information. By default, I made it as I created a subject, like this is the information that we want to send it to everyone, right? So this is the image, this is the content, right? This is what's content that I really want to communicate to everyone, right? As I mentioned, right? So using this as observable, I'm just converting this object into an observable object. So basically this current message is now an observable object, right? So this is how I'm created. Like now I'll tell you the way the parent component. If you look at it here, I'm subscribing. Here I'm subscribing, like no. So this data is none other than your data service. Okay, that current service. So basically you're quite interested, or you're quite interested to receive something from your data service, right? So this is what, if you look at it here, this parent dot component, this data dot current message dot subscribe. So the current message dot subscribe, you are subscribing this current message, right? So this is the subscription is done, and then here as well the same kind of subscription is done. So both of these guys are actually subscribing the same information, like the data dot current message. So here I'm just trying to change the information. What is the beauty here is, from this child I'm trying to change the value. Okay, this the data dot change message, hello from child. Okay, what this will happen, this information will go over here, the data service, right? So right, so this again, what is the message source? Message source is something I have already converted as a observable, right? So as and when the child components hits this guy, and this will already created as an observable, this immediately notify this guy as well about the change. You got it right, guys? Okay. So same way. So very simple. There is a content which is there. I'll again repeat. There's a content which is there. The default content is default. The name of the default content here is a default message. I made this message as an observable so that everyone will get this information, right? That's my intention. The parent component is also subscribed the same information. The child component is also subscribed the same information. At some point of time, I really want to change the information. Okay, so I really want to change that particular message. What I'm doing using this particular function, I'm just changing this data change message equal to hello from parent. What this will happen, this will go out and change this guy. which is called message source. So you are now propagating this next will, what will happen? This next will immediately take the list of subscribers and notify. And as because this guy exchanged the information, this guy also notified. This guy is also will get the new message, right? You got it right. So this is how for this purpose, like you guys can use that. Okay. Yeah. I'll take another 5 minutes, guys. Yeah. Hope hope I'm making things clear. Yeah. Yeah, on the last topic, guys, in the RxJS, I really want. So this is other important one where you can really need it for whenever you write a complex piece of logic, right? So this is mostly RxJS is the RxJS is quite familiar for it, no operators, right? So operators, if you look at right, so that you allow you to write asynchronous code easily. So that is the point here. Okay, so you don't need to write dozens of lines of code in JavaScript to do that. So within like 2 to 3 lines of code, which will allow you to pass on the information from observable to observer or that component to another component. So basically that is how it is. So there are two kind of operators it says. One is the pipeable operator. So that that operators are something that can be piped to the observables. Okay, so this guy will pipe perfectly with the observable. Okay, so the other guy, other of kind of operators is a creation operators where you can create your operators. How you have to how you have to create is something, right? So like using off keyword, for example, if you take no creating an observable for off of 1 2 3, right? So for each and every information, each and every element, okay, the observable object is going to be created, right? Yeah. So there are plenty of slides I have created on that. I don't think I have time to run all these things here, but I'll tell you in a quick example how this RxJS operator will run. Okay. uh, yeah, I'll take this as an example before I take this one. So off of 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, so off is an RxJS operator. Okay, so what it means is like converting each and every argument to be an observable, meaning like like each of the value will be an observable that can be notified to multiple person who is subscribed. You got it right. So this is easy way of sending out the information to the multiple subscribers, right? So there is no change here. The same observable concept is going to be there, whatever I explained. But only thing, look at the piece of code, just a line of thing. You are trying to propagate the information to the multiple subscribers. Okay, so always you have to look at it from here. So one will be notified, and then one will be converted as an observable and notified to the whoever is subscribed, and two after that three. Right, this is how it is. I'll show you that example as well, but I'll put it in the slide also so that you guys can understand, right? Yeah. Obviously the other one is the from event. So the from event is something I explain, no, as there is any click event is actually happened on the doc on the DOM one. So basically you are trying to create a observable. So that information you are creating as an observable and sending it to the whoever want to listen that information. You got it right. So this guy listens the information from the DOM, take that out, converting into the observable object and sending it to the target, right? So that's all about. Yeah. And then you can, there's a lot of beauties there in the concat using and merge as well. So I'll tell you one thing. Yeah, before I take this one, I'll take the merge one. Okay, so say for example, like you have different observables. One guy is, I'll tell you the first example. One guy is providing an English news, another guy is providing a Tamil news. Okay, so what will happen using this merge keyword, right? So we'll create another observable called English Tamil news. It both will be coming. So okay, so this guy is delivering A, B, and C. This guy will delivering D, E, F. Using this merge operator, everything will get merged. Okay, if someone is subscribed this observable and all, he will get both of things. He no need to go and subscribe each and everything, right? Okay, so for example, you can take our channel. You don't need to go and get a subscription from NDTV or Time 7 or whatever it is, like or Republic TV. You don't need to go and listen or subscribe from that particular company directly. All you need to do is just subscribe the Sun TV, Sun Direct. So this guy will combine all the information, give it to you. The same concept is here, right? So using this merge keyword, so this guy will flattens the multiple observers together, blending their values into one observable. If you listen this third one, you will get everything else. Okay, yeah. So that's what. Yeah. So this is map is something that so well, basically any particular project function that you can create and map it to the corresponding variable. Yeah, this is fine. I'm not going into now. I'll come back to this last one. Okay. See, yeah. So one thing you need to understand here is something you need to read it from here. Okay. For example, your expectation is to multiply the information into 10, right? So that is your target. Assume that one. Okay. So what will happen? You have the values 4, 6, a and 8 are the values that you're having in the off keyword or something. You can assume it, right? What will happen is first it will this is where it will it's always going to start. So this value will be taken and multiplied will be 10 and it will be emitted. Okay, so you can see it in the down as well. This observable is the output of the operator call. So the 40 will come out from that. Okay, the next value will be taken 60 and then sorry 6 and then to multiply with 10 and will be given out. So basically, right, it will iterate each and every value and immediately sending to the subscribers whoever want to consume, ready to consume. That's where the RxJS helps you to send the asynchronous information, right? So if any error is there, this we cannot convert into sorry cannot multiply into 10, right? So then what will happen? We will send out an error, right? Yeah, so there are different set of operators. It's there, sir. I just put it as an high level only. Okay, I'll put the reference in the end as well. You can use that out. Okay, I'm not going to take more time. I know it's already up. I just want to show one thing, and I'll close it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. One last thing is, so whatever I have explained, no. So those are the things I put it in the code as well. RxJS operators. This one also you can see it from. You can get it from the Git URL whatever I have shared. Okay. So you can play out like anything, guys. Okay, so I really personally like this very much. Yeah, I told you, right? So this is one way creating a from event. Okay, so this is what the merge works. Okay, this is one event. Okay, so this is the from event. The other one is like the timer. So the interval of every 1 second, every 1 second that you need some information. At the same time, you want the click event as well. I'm going to merge this guy. Then I'm subscribing this one alone. So if you run this code, what will happen? Okay, so the timer also will run and this information also will come. Otherwise you can take it in the other way, like I'll tell you the using the merge that I'll take to give a better understanding. Yeah, here is no the same English news, Tamil news is there. Okay, I merged it. So this is one subject, I merged it as put it as a general news, right? So as and when I just subscribe this alone. Okay, but whenever any changes happened on this one, on this particular thing also, then I'll get it updated. You got it right, guys? Okay. So here you say that the communication, this information is actually propagating only with ENG news or Tamil news only. But where exactly I have subscribed using this news? So actually, I have subscribed this guy only, but this guy, as he already merged, he takes information from this guy as well and also this guy as well. Am I making sense, right? So this is as an important one that you can use it for your project, guys. Okay, so yeah, it's a really vast topic. If you cannot get it done in hour or so, I know that I took extra 15 minutes. Yeah, that's it, guys, from my side. Anyone have any questions? Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I think that was a good session, Ramesh. So we'll just quickly go through to a couple of questions. So first question from
Yeah.
Deepak. So what's the best way or approach to unsubscribe and observable?
Yeah, the best way is always know you, as and when in the particular component ng just try, so you can unsubscribe everything. So whenever that particular page is going to change or removed, right, so the ng just try will trigger. So there, if you write the logic like this particular observable dot unsubscribe, so I have written the code as well, so in that way you can unsubscribe it. So when you're moving into the new page, whatever the subscriptions that you did, right, so that will move out, fleshed out completely. Yeah,
Okay.
hope I'm answered. Yeah.
So yeah, that's another question from Sujit. So how to read object type variable using casing pipe of behavior subject?
Yeah, so yeah, we can, I'll tell you that one second. Okay, I think it's better if I can explain it with the code. One second, guys. Yeah. Yeah, sorry about it. If you put like the pipe operator on the async keyboard, right? So see, this is an async uh, text that you want to observable, that you want to send it out to everyone. Okay, so like I'll tell you how you have to use that out. Yeah, the HTML, right? So async ASINC, if you put on the HTML as well, right? I think I missed that particular code. I'm just searching, guys. Just give me a okay. Yeah. So basically, what I'm trying to say here is, if you search with us, sorry, if you search with async, right? Yeah, I think I missed that particular source to take this
Okay.
into this laptop. So guys, yeah, probably, and
Okay,
the Git
maybe
is there. Yeah,
you can share the Git repo to Sujit in the comments. Maybe he'll take a look. And
yeah,
Sujit, like if you have any doubts, you can reach out to him on Twitter. Like this is his Twitter handle,
yeah.
Ramesh Kartik RS.
Yeah, you can also reach me out. I'm sorry, I could not able to find that code quickly, but considering time, I will not be able to take it now. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I'll can give back that one. So these are all the list of examples that I created. So it is there in the Git. You can refer that as well, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
hope I'm
Thanks.
answered. Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Sugas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll stop sharing now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure. Thanks, Ramesh.
yeah.
So next up, we have Srashti. Like she'll be talking about how to share data between components. So over to you, Srashti.
Hello. Hello, everyone. So, am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, in this session we are gonna talk about sharing how we can share data between our multiple components, right? So before we start, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Srashti Jain, and I'm also a Microsoft MVP and Google developer expert for Angular, and I'm also a software consultant. So I'm working as a freelancer, and after that, I would like to thank the organizer for this conference. So this will be like my first talk for this 2021. So I'm really excited to do that. So thank you so much for having me, and let's just start. Okay. So uh, here we will talk about how we can share data between the components. So basically, when I started with this Angular. I guess in 2015 or 16 in between. So Angular was there in a Angular was in a beta version, and I was into I was trying to search how I can do that, and I was not really experienced at that time. So then what I was used to do is I was used to use that local storage or maybe a shared variable in my services, and I used to use those things to share data between the components. And after some time I realized this is not the best way to do that, right? And then I go and try to search for what that can be. And this is how I search for it. And let me share, there are few steps, few types, how you can share data. So let's try to understand. So basically, there if there's a scenario that your one of your component is parent, and inside that you have one component, so that would be a parent-child component. So if you want to share data between those components, right? To A, from A component A to component B. Let's say your B component is put it inside the A component, right? So basically, that parent, the component A is our parent. So how you can send the data from A to B is using input decorator. And this is how we will try to do a demo. We will try out using a demo, how we can send from parent to child and then child to parent. So let's try to have that inside the demo, and I'll tell you how easy it was. So right now I have created a sample application over here, and let me pull this screen. So over here, let's say this is our code, and inside that what I have done is I have this app component, and I inside app component I put my parent component inside that app component. And inside that parent, what I did is I do have these three components: component A, component B, component C. So I just go and put this inside H2. And if you'll see in our output, right? So you would be able to see that component A works. So this is basically the component what this our CLI created for us. So yeah, so what I want to do right now, let's do it with only one component. So just I'm getting rid of these two components, these two. So right now we will do for parent child relation. So yeah, it is refreshing. Yeah. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to send data from parent to component A, over here. So I'll go, and let's say what I have to send is, let's say I want to send name from here, and let's say it will be a string, and let me initiate it inside. Okay, so I'm sorry. So it will be this dot name is equal to, let's say, Angular. Okay, and we will send this to, we want to send this particular thing to our child component. So I'll go to our template, and over here I'll say, okay, I want to send data. So this will be a parent data, and what I want to send is, I will write the variable name over here. So I just wrote it. So if you I'm sorry. So if I want to send any data from parent to child, so what I'll use is this, the property. And then over here what I want is, I want to capture this data into my uh, child component. So over here I'll come inside my uh, this child component, which is component A, right? And over here what I'll do is I'll write, okay, public, what is that, what was that, parent data. Okay, and that's all. So how my variable, like my component will know this particular thing, it is coming from my parent. So for that I would have to use input decorator over here, and I have to get it from Angular core library. So you will see over here it is added, right? So I am telling my component that this parent is coming from it is a input and it is coming from parent. So let's see inside our HTML. Let's try to write this inside H2. Just write what parent data, and it should be working. Let's see. So we'll go to our output screen. It is refreshing. Yeah. So it just gave the thing which we declared inside our. So I'm getting some error, but okay. Okay, so I'm able to run this. I'm able to get the data. Let's see if I'll go over here in a parent, and let's try to change it to uh, ng-Keralam. Here. Oh, I'm just messing this spelling. So let me just check again. Okay, so it is ng-Keralam. I'm sorry about that. So let me save it, and let's see if the change will be here. Okay, yeah, so we are able to get the changes over here inside our what do you call it? Inside our child component. Now I want to emit data from child to my parent. So how I can do that? So let's go back to our a component, and over here I will say, okay, so there is one let's say there is what do you call a message. Okay, I want to send it to parent, so it will be a new emitter, event emitter. Okay, so let me get it from the Angular. So the event emitter, so we are getting it from Angular core library, and over here we will say, okay, this will be an output, and over here we will have to uh, assign it like that, and we'll say, okay, this will be our output thing. And I'm sorry, so I'll import it from Angular core again, so you can see, right? So over here you would be able to see this is input, output, and event emitter. Over here we are able to see that. So what I want to do is I want to send some message. Maybe let's create a button over here in HTML. So I would say, so I am not adding any CSS in that. It would be just a simple template. So let's write yeah. Inside that, let's say send data, and over here what I'll do is I'll add a method, maybe on click, just do send data, and I'll create the same method inside my TS file. So I'll go over here. I'm saying, okay, send data, and It is like that. And over here, what I'll say is, I'll ask this to, like, I want to emit data from over here, right? So what data I want to emit, that I would like, I know. So what I would do is, I will have a counter, a variable. Okay, and I'll say, okay, just let's do counter is equal to 0. And whenever I want to send the data over here, I'll say this dot message dot emit. So I'm emitting message. What I want to emit is just do the addition to the counter and then send it. That's what I'm doing. So over here, I'm sending the data. Over there, how I can receive that, then I will go to my parent again. And over here, I'll say, okay, there will be what message, right? Wait a minute. Let me just quickly, yeah. So I'm saying it will be a message, and then I'm saying, okay, in which variable I want to save that particular message. Okay, so I would say, let's do it inside over here. Let me take a particular variable inside my ts file of parent, and over here I will say, okay, child message, and it would be let's keep it and any, right. And what we are doing over here, we'll go to our parent again. We'll go to our parent HTML. Over here, we will say, okay, so uh, let's do it. I'm sending a message from here. So bind it with the event, right? And over here, what I'll do is, I'll add one more h2 tag, and I'll just have this event child message over here, right? Let's try to save it, save everything, and run if I'm able to do that. Yeah, so I do have this send data. Yeah, it is failing somehow. Okay, so I just missed it. So I have to use this dot counter over here. So if you'll see right now, yeah, so it is sending me the updated value. So if I'll click every time, it will send me the updated value of my variable, and it is showing inside the parent component, right? I wrote this variable inside the parent component. I'm getting it from child. So this is how we can use these particular things. They're like this input output inside like inside our, if you want to do a child parent kind of interaction. There's one more thing which is called at the rate view child. So what you can do inside your parent, you can have the like as have the your component as a variable, and you can access all the public property of your component. So let's say I'm saying view child, and over here I can give the name, maybe mutual, and over there this is how, like, we can go and use the child, let's say uh, child, and what type it will be. uh, I'm just like not following the correct syntax over here for view child. So basically you can use this view child for accessing your child component over here inside your particular parent component, and you can access all the property, like the property you have inside the a component, right? So you can go and check all get if you want to directly access this particular function over there. So you can go and access this function as it is a public one. You can go and access this counter as this is also a public one. So this is how these things works over there, right? In a view child if you are doing. So yeah. So let me just quickly tell you. There's one more thing, like as you might have also seen inside the like last session, how Ramesh he have included each and everything about RxJS. So sometimes whenever you want to share data between your component, like but they are not related. Let's say like there's one component A, and you want to send particular messages to other components who subscribe the value, your value which is required. So like you, this is what you can do. So as I already told you in when I started, that what I used to do is I used to have a global variable in my service, and then I used to have a watch over there in particular other components, like if there is any change in data, if there is a change in data. So this is what like we can, this thing we can remove by using the subject in our service, and then we can share the data between the component. So let's try to go through. Uh, Let me just change it. Okay, let me create a different branch for master, and then we can work on our demo too. So I'm creating a branch. So from that, what we will do is, so if over here you will see it is just a the things we got over there at the first place, right? So now what I want is I want to write some I will do some changes in a method. Like previously it was our parent and child relationship, right? Now what I will do is this one is our parent. If you see over here in HTML, this one is our parent, this parent, and over there is multiple siblings, right? So these are not really connected. Like yeah, you can do this, like you can get data to parent first and then you can send it to other child. That things can be done, but it is really complicated, and many times there might not be a sibling uh, relationship also. So you might have to use this kind of particular subject or behavioral thing, right? So what we will do over here, so right now I have uh, what I'll do is I'll create a service over here. So I'll go and say I'll ask my CLIs to create ng generate service. Let's give it a name as a data service. Okay, so I asked that to create one for me. So over here it is creating, I guess. Yeah, so it has created this service for me. So let's say like we do have this data service, and what we'll do, we will include this data service inside both of our component, which was first one was component A and second one was component B, and we will try to send data from A to B, and we'll see like if it is working. So in order to do that, what we have to do first, like as all like Ramesh already included in his session, we have to like create particular what you call subject. So let me just, like I have already wrote a bit code. Let me include that. So basically, what I have done is I have created a source, like message from message where is coming. So I have created this subject, and then I am creating an observable. The observable is observing this particular thing, right? And now what I'll do is I'll create a method. Let's say I'm saying, okay, this will be a send message, and inside send message I'm sending a text value or maybe anything, and then I am using this source and I'm sending it out. So I'm sending this value out. So let me include this subject here. Okay. So yeah, now it looks good. So basically our services will be like that. And if we'll come to our component, right? So over here, what we will say, okay, I want to include service in my particular component. So what we'll do, private data service, and then we will include it from data service. So now right now we do have this variable inside our this component A, right? And what we will do for over here is as previously we were doing, right? So I'll go over here in template and I'll add a button again, and over here I'll say okay, send data, and then we'll do click, right? And over here I'll go and create, let me write it, send data, right? And I'll just copy this and I'll create the same function, okay, over here. And what I'll do is ask my data service, okay, this dot data service dot, like what we need is we need our message to be sent, like we need to send message to our particular that observable, right? So we will do send it over here, and let's say like let's do it same as we were doing previously. So let's have a counter variable, right? And like that equal to 0, and then we are adding a value into the counter variable, right? And over here if we'll come to our particular b, let's go to our b component, right? And inside the b component what I want is I want to use those particular value. So how I can do that is over here I'll just again I'll come and inject my service. So let's say private data service, and I'll inject my data service again over here. And inside this, like usually we if we want to subscribe anything we do it inside this ng on in it. So I'll just go, I'll say this dot data service dot, what I want to do is I want to subscribe to my message. So I'll go, I'll say okay dot subscribe, and then what I'll do is mm, this will be our what it will give us as some data. So let's say it is giving us some data, and what we will do is we will write that data into our this message. Okay, so let's have this message message, and so I'm asking this thing to this dot message equal to data, right? And see, and also I'll go into my template over here in a component B, and I'll say okay, inside h2 could you please have this message, and I'll save everything. Let's say like if I can send the data from A to B. So I'll go again inside over here and I'll write this. Okay, I just did something wrong. Okay, so I have to run it again. Let me try. I'll go, I'll run it again. So meanwhile, it is starting the application again. So basically, what we have done is we have subscribed to this particular message. So whenever this data service will emit anything, it will send us a data, and that data I'm assigning it to this message, right? So let's say if we can find that. Okay, it is taking some time. Okay, it failed, I guess. So for some reason it is not running the application. So this is what happened with me every time. I have no idea why. So yeah, so let's just break it. I do have one demo already created. So let me just undo that. Okay, I have that inside in this branch. Okay, so let me try to run this if I can. Okay, it is not working. Yeah, so basically, like if let's wait if it works. So basically, I have sent this message over in the B component from A component, and this is how we can send, right? And over there, it will go to data service. So inside this data service, if you see, we have wrote this a private message, and inside this message source, this is what we are doing. Like we have assigned it as a subject, and then we have like put a observable over there on this particular message source. So this observable, like the dollar sign, we it is like kind of like you should use for your observable, and this is how we are getting data. So yeah, it is saying it is using no. I don't know. There's some issue, but let's. Okay, so let's like keep it like this. So basically, like this was the idea. This is how you can send data from a different component to if you want to share data from one component to another. This is how you can try and send it. So avoid using those local storage or any global variable inside your particular application. That would be impact a really bad if it is a really enterprise level application of, or if you'll be going to use it for a long time. Yeah, so basically this will be this is my GitHub link. So I will be sharing this link to with you guys if you want to go and try, give it a try. So there's this particular links for the demo, so you can go and try and check that. And also like feel free to connect with me if you like face any issue while doing this type of things. So I would be ready to help. Yeah, this one from was from my side, and this is over here. This is my Twitter handle. So maybe if you want to connect, stay connected, just feel free to connect. Over to you.
Okay, so there's only one question, Srashti, from Deepak. So how to retain shared data when browser is refreshed?
I guess like if the browser is refreshed, you can't really like save the data in this kind of situation. But yeah, like what kind of data you want to like retain? Uh, Like there is like different scenarios. Like many times people used to, because in local storage many times people used to use this access token only or nothing else. So if the browser is refreshing, only that thing will be there, otherwise nothing will be there. So I'm not sure like what kind of data you want to retain. But yeah, in single page application I'm not sure like if anyone is going to do the refresh and all.
Okay, I
Yeah.
hope that answers this question.
Or
Uh,
maybe like I'll try to find the correct talk to all other speakers and try to find the correct answer and maybe post it on my Twitter. So
yeah.
yeah.
Okay. So Deepak, this is her Twitter handle. Maybe you can connect with her for further more clarifications.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you
Thanks.
so much.
Thanks for the
Yeah.
session.
Yeah.
Okay. So next up we have Udhay. He'll be speaking about Angular plus Headless CMS. So over to you, Udhay.
Yep. Hey, Suga. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay, cool. Hey, everyone. So let me share my screen before that. Okay. Suga, I just shared my screen. Yeah, I think you added to screen. Okay. Hey, everyone. Good evening. Uh, I'm Udhay. I'm a full stack engineer working for a bank in USA. And currently I'm in India for a vacation. So I'm also Auth0 ambassador, and I also host Angular events for uh,
Hello, Udhay. Okay, guys. So please just give a few minutes. I think there's a technical glitch. Okay, so I think sorry for that issue. I think Uday will be joining back later. So next up we have Akhil. So he'll be talking about how to control an Angular web app with hand gesture. So over to you, Akhil. Yeah, your voice is low actually.
Okay, is that okay?
Yeah, now it's fine.
Yeah, okay. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, sure. I think you're good to start.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Can I start first?
Yeah, sure, Akhil.
Okay. Thank you. Hi. My name is Akhil Raj, and I am a full stack software developer. And I'm very thankful to the team ng-Keralam to give me a chance to take a session in this virtual conference 2021. And actually, I'm taking a session about controlling an Angular web app using hand gesture. Actually, first I can give an introduction about this topic. About actually, when I was reading a blog about this topic, I'm really excited actually because it's maybe a next decade technology maybe actually because when we are learning in the 2010, we are actually in the web app development section. There is having HTML, CSS, JavaScript, those kind of coding actually there. After that, in the next decade, actually in the 2020, we have arrived with the Angular actually. But before that, we have learned about the Angular JS. So those kind of Angular libraries will take more interactive development and more easy development for the developers. So also those kind of technologies make a web application more user friendly actually. uh, for example, if we are comparing an application in the 2010, there is so many menu functionalities and so many way to go for a for a destination actually. If you need to register if you need for a registration form, maybe we need to go for some lot of menu options actually, user details, registration, and those kind of things. Currently we know in 2020 there is a less user interaction is actually happening in our web application. If there is a login session is actually there, we can register in the login in the current login session actually. So also if we need to register our login, we can easily import. We can also use the Google login session in our applications, also Facebook. All those things are we can easily implement in our application. So these kind of things are currently having. So maybe the next step actually, actually when I am reading this blog, actually my thought is actually about a technological situation actually there, because maybe when we are currently we know actually the work from home situation is actually elaborated in everywhere. So currently when we are attending a meeting actually, there is so many people. Sometimes our seniors, our managers, or CEO, all their team members are in our meeting room. At that time we are looking to the camera, so at that time they can interact with more interactively with all others. So at that time when the CEO is actually speaking anything, so at that time our family members or children, all those things are making a noise in our nearby. So at that time we need to rotate our hand right or left, all for example. So at that time if we are technology growing, we can easily so at that time, at that time we supposed to do to disable the audio or disable the camera. So at that time our audio will we need to disable our camera. So otherwise our videos and our audios, all other things will be uh, making distractions in that meeting. So when we can do something like when we are taking a session and we are attending the meeting, when we are focusing onto the camera, when we are face is actually looking forward to the camera, we can enable the camera, enable the audio. So when we are rotating our head, if we are failed to make the audio disable, it's a very more fun situation in that meeting. So we need when we are implementing some machine learning logics into our applications, we can easily stop the camera and stop the audio. So at that time we are safe. So that kind of much more advanced technologies may be coming into the next decade actually. So that is actually for an example we can say advanced technology. So here I am just introducing a simple application development method actually to create an web applications that is actually controlled by a hand gesture. So it's also support the button click, but it will also help to do something without our mouse. We can using our hand positions and hand symbols like thumbs up, victory symbol, a single finger symbol, and hand waving. All these techniques will control an application. That is actually I'm supposed to take a session here. So that's my topic, and this is my agenda is first of all I just want to take a introduction about the TensorFlow JS. It's I know most of the technical peoples will also know about the TensorFlow JS. It is a advanced JavaScript library. We can discuss in the next slide. And the next agenda is actually familiarizing with the supporting packages. Actually, in when we are creating these applications, we are use some dev dependencies in our applications. So we can just going through that, and after that, we will going to build an app. Actually, I'm thinking I am looking to take a live coding session, but actually I think that maybe make some delays in the conference. So I'm already prepared a application in my local system, so I can easily share that uh, code and I can describe what is actually happening in that code. And after that, we can show the demo sample application actually. Just a simple application. So this is actually today's agenda for me. And first is actually what is TensorFlow JS. TensorFlow JS is actually a JS library for machine learning in JavaScript. It is free and open source library. So I think most of the guys are very familiar with the this JavaScript library. And it is also provide some pre-built functions and advanced operations to ease the task of building different neural networks. It has some predefined functionalities, and it have already have predefined saved models to detect something when we are for example, if we are connecting with through a camera, it will detect our face, our hand. We can there is already supporting so many packages and libraries to do all those things actually, detecting face, detecting hand, detecting our finger, all those things. And it is also developed by Google Brain team. It's actually a very big team with a talented group. After that, we are going through the dev dependencies actually. So here, the first thing is actually a TensorFlow models hand pose model. That hand pose model is actually used to detect the hand positions. Actually, I think you can see my camera. So if I am just showing my hand, it will detect the hand position actually. So that is actually we are using to hand post library here. And the next thing is actually web graphics library, that TensorFlow.js backend web graphics library. It is actually used to capture the videos from the hardware to our applications. And the next thing is actually TensorFlow.js converter. It's actually having some models there in that TensorFlow.js package. So it will read all those things with compared to the saved models. After that, next session is actually TensorFlow.js core. It's actually the core API package for the TensorFlow.js. And the next thing is actually fingerpost library. Fingerpost library is actually to detect the finger to detect our fingers. For a deeply, we will go through the hand pose and the finger pose. That two libraries are more what we can say more important to our application development. So media pipe hand post, that is actually the hand post library. So media pipe hand post is a lightweight machine learning pipeline. Actually this will the model predicts whether it contains a hand. Actually when the camera detects a hand, the hand pose library will detect the hand using if there is a hand, it will detect the hand by a 21 key points. Actually there is a palm, actually sorry, the one common point and the four individual points of each finger. So actually total 21 key points, and it will detect the palm and the all the lines of the hand. Now that's the what we can say, the path of all the points. And it have two models actually there, a palm detector and a hand select and finger tracking model. So this will detect our hand and collect all information in the camera with our hand model. So this is one of the major part in our building a hand pose, building an application to control the web application. So next one is actually finger pose. Finger pose is actually used to detect the finger pose, finger hand landmarks. Actually, if we have already said there is a 21 key points, so each movement and each symbols, actually, if you are giving a thumbs up, it will detect by reading all the key points position and the landmarks, then it will detect it's a thumb. And if you are showing a single finger, it will show it will return it is a one finger. And all those things, actually, if you are showing a victory symbol, it will show a victory symbol. And that method is actually containing works in 3 steps. Actually detect the hand landmark inside a video picture. Actually it will read the all landmarks and estimating the directions and curl of each individual finger. Each individual finger will having a different point. Actually for example, we can say that the first finger is actually 0 position, thumb maybe containing 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the next finger 5, 6, 7, 8. Those kind of detections will execute at that time. After that, comparing the result to a set of gesture description. Actually it have a predefined gesture values, so it will compare to that values. After that, it will give a response to our application. So this is actually the finger pose. And how to build an application. So I can just share my coding, I completed code actually here. That is actually, I think you can see my screen. I will I think now it's actually visible, actually, I think. So here we are using a predefined two functions actually there. That is actually hand render. Here we are setting each finger actually how to draw the finger in our web applications, actually just for a to interact what is actually happening in the website actually. So for that, the thumb will be containing the 0.1, 2, 3, 4, and the index finger actually containing 0. 0 is the common join point, and the 5, 6, 7, 8, all those finger, that is actually the finger lookup indexes. And then we are using a draw key point function. So draw key point functions is actually drawing the key, drawing the hand in our website. So these are the functions. And another thing is actually finger gestures. So finger gestures is actually we are using the finger pose package here, and we are already using the victory gesture, thumbs up, and one finger gesture. One finger gesture is actually using every finger actually, that index finger, thumb, middle, ring, pinky, all fingers we are just using in the section. And there is a hand gesture service. So here we are set up a service actually here as an injectable service here. It's called hand gesture, and we can because we can easily inject these services into our app component. And there we are using a swipe actually. Swipe is actually in our application, swipe is actually to open a menu bar actually. It's like a menu bar. And that swipe is actually an observable variable, and that swipe will contain the direction values actually. If you are waving to the left, it will return our left to value as left, and if the user waving their hands to the right, then it will return a right value. And the next thing is actually in the same way we are declare a gesture as observable with the value of gestures is actually there 1, 2, okay, none actually. Here in this example I am just giving an example with selecting if you are going for a single finger to opt a first option. If you are going to opt a second option, we will show the two fingers. So it will detect the two and will give a response. After that, okay is actually the thumb expression actually. If you are show our thumb into a camera, then it will detect as okay. So that is actually the logic in the gesture. And after that, there is a stream getter function is there. It will return a stream. So media stream is actually return the live video to the app component. So after that, we have an initialize method. It is actually we calling in the app component after the ng in the ng after view init method. So here we are using the get user media. So in the get user media function, we will read the stream from the hardware, and we are loading the hand pose library. So it will load the hand pose and detect the hand symbols in that applications. So after that, we will going through another function is actually run detection. Run detection is actually used to detect the hand and estimate our hand, where is actually hand is located, and draw the image in our canvas. So we are using to render the canvas using the render this method, because after that we will have a prediction actually is there. If we have a prediction, then we will go to draw the key points actually. The predictions is actually the video is actually loading and running. When the video is containing a hand symbol, it will give some predictions. So at that time, we will draw the key points here with our already said there is a draw key points functionality here. We will draw the points and draw all the paths. So that is the functionalities there. After that, there is a process actually there, and the process gesture. Process may be used to use the swipe functionalities actually. When we need to open a menu bar, we need to just doing some swipe to left, swipe to right. We can show it in the sample demo. and the process gesture. So process gesture is actually these things are actually executing using the landmarks. Actually, the predictions will give some bounding box and landmarks. Landmarks are actually giving the positions of the hand and each points. So it will process the gesture and it will return. Actually, the process gesture function is actually used to estimate the gesture, and it will give some going through some logics, and it will returns a gesture like hand gestures. So if you are giving a victory symbol and thumbs up, all those things, it will give say okay. And if you are going to the one finger or two finger method, it will return a one or two value. So we can going through this function, and after that we have a process function. Process function is actually mainly looking to the SIPE. SIPE is actually an observable, I already said. So SIPE will contain the movement. Actually, in region function is actually middle, and the actually the thing is actually moving to the uh, right side. It will uh, give a value right in the swipe observable. Otherwise, it will return a left value in the swipe observable. So that is actually the hand gesture service. So after that, we will inject this method in our app component ES. So here we actually in our HTML, actually we are using a mat drawer, and the drawer will be opened using the opened. It's an observable value opened. We already said, sorry, we can discuss it here. Actually, opened is actually a recognizer value. Actually, we are already the swipe value. So opened is actually swipe is actually containing left or right value. I already said. So if it will filter actually the swipe value left or right, then it will map the value, and then there is a selection observable variable. Actually, the from the gesture observable in the hand gesture. So if there is a 1 or 2, if you are selecting the 1, we are going to the home module, home module. Otherwise, it will go into the about module. Actually, we are in other way we can say home component or about component. It's actually using to navigate to the about section or home section. And after that, we are using the getter stream here, and I already said there is a getter stream we are reading from the camera, and that stream will gives to getter here. And there is a after view unit. After view unit, we will initialize the function actually set in the in this service here, this initialize function. So this will actually initialize with the canvas native element and the video native element. So it will input the values there. So and it will recognize the hand pose and all other things there. So it will also working with opened. Actually, the mat rover will be opened when we are swiping it to the right. And another section is actually class.focus selection equal to home. Then it will focus to the home. Uh, all those things actually. Then we are inject the stream to the video section, so we can lively see what is actually happening in the web applications there. So that is actually about the about component section. Another thing is actually when we are using okay, actually the thumb expression is actually we are taking as an okay. So in the construction section, we will read the okay section, and we will when the value is okay, the gesture value, when the value is getting okay, we will read the selection value with with the function with the latest form. So we will get the value actually if it is a home, if it is an about anything actually, then we will return as page value, then navigate to that page. So if it is a home, it will redirect to the home. The value of selection is home, then it will redirect to the home. If it is about, then it will navigate to the about section. So that is actually in the code section. And we can going for a demo with the sample application. So actually it is we need to Suhas, I will stop my camera because my application actually need the camera. So
Yeah, sure, sure.
yeah. Just
Uh,
wait. The camera is actually loading.
okay, sure.
Just wait. Sorry, actually could not start video source. Actually, maybe just wait. So guys, actually the application is actually not render the camera right now because actually the StreamYard is actually using this camera. So just wait. Maybe I just wait. Camera. Hi Suhas, is there any chances to disable camera in the StreamYard? Actually, I can't do that.
Okay, so closing the camera, it's not disabling it.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm,
Actually, my application doesn't start that camera. Hello. But it's giving a response error like a camera could not start video source.
okay. Okay, maybe okay, we cannot demonstrate. Okay, so it's not starting.
No, it's not starting.
Okay, so like you can simply show the application. Maybe once after this conference, you can take a GIF of your
Yeah.
demo
Okay.
and
I will.
share it
I will.
to
Yeah.
repo.
Okay.
Yeah, with that would be good. Maybe without starting your camera, maybe you can show your application. Is
Yeah.
that possible? Yeah.
No. Actually, it's not possible. Actually,
Oh,
it actually needs the camera.
okay,
Uh,
okay,
it needs the video source. Actually, it needs to getting the inputs from the camera.
okay. That's fine, Akhil. Okay, so once after this conference, maybe you can share the GIF. I think it will be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Otherwise, I will take a screen record and I will show it. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, Akhil. That would be also
Okay.
good.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Suhas, can I leave?
Oh, so okay. Thanks. Thanks, Akhil. I think there are no questions. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks for your session, Akhil. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Suhas.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So next up we have Udhay. He'll be talking about Angular plus Headless CMS. So over to you, Udhay.
Yep. Thanks, Yadav. Sorry, folks. I was having some issue with my internet, so I couldn't continue before. I hope my audio is clear, Suga.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Let me share my screen quickly. Okay. Cool. Okay. So I think we are discussing about what is CMS, right? So I already gave my introduction. So I am an Auth0 ambassador and also a full stack engineer working for a bank in USA. And I also host Angular events in Raleigh as well as in, over online. So in today's session, I'm going to discuss about how we can use headless CMS in Angular applications. So before that, we need to know like what is CMS, right? So content management system is what often abbreviated as CMS. It's a software basically which is used to create, manage, as well as to modify content on a web application. So who will actually do all these operations? Like who will create page? I mean, who will create content? Who will manage the content? And who will modify the content? They are going to be authors, right? So they don't have any technical knowledge. So all they know is go to a wizard or go to a screen and just input the data and just publish the page. So that's what they know. So content management system is what I mean. It's basically a system. So where like different authors will go and create pages. Okay. The best example for CMS is WordPress. So you don't know like what's happening in the background, how the page is getting published, how the draft is stored, or how the image is getting uploaded, right? But still you will do all that with the help of WordPress. You can create a blog page, you can create a normal page, you can upload some zip file and you can download it on a, I mean, you can link that on a page and you can download it from there. So the entire thing that is happening over there is hidden in the content management software, obviously in the WordPress using PHP and MySQL, right? So we are going to have something similar here, but we are not going to have like a traditional CMS. Rather, we'll go with the headless CMS. So let me quickly check my StreamYard just to see I don't have any issue. Okay. Hopefully everything is getting shared without any issues. So yeah, so where CMS is basically used, it's used for creating static websites, and also it's used in online courses like in Udemy and other places. Like when they publish a new course, they're not going to create a new page and they're not going to publish it in a production environment. So rather they will just create the content and they just push it to the content server, obviously. And e-commerce, I don't have to talk about that. You know how Amazon and Flipkart works. Like when a new project, I mean, when a new product is launched, the page for the product is not going to be created by a developer, and it's not going to be, deployed in production every time, right? So rather, the author will be creating the page. Basically, they will input the data, like what is the image and what is the content of that product and what is the dimension of that product. And if they have any specifications for that, they just put that on the screen and they publish the page. Like how you do a WordPress blog publish, right? So when they do a publish, the product page will be launched and it will be available in Amazon.com, for example. And blogs, yeah, how how WordPress works. And portfolios, you can create a portfolio website using CMS as well. So there are two types of CMS available. One is traditional CMS and the second one is headless CMS. Traditional CMS is what I'm showing you right now, which is Adobe Experience Manager. So you will be having a website hosted in the author environment like this. You can go and edit the page, do a live editing, and you can publish the page. It goes live on the production, right? Say, for example, if you want to add a simple component here, I can double click and I can just add a button. So this will add a button for me. And for this button, I can change the properties like text, link, icon, everything here. So this is how the author will create the page basically. And it's our responsibility, like a developer responsibility here is to create these components. Say, for example, this button component or accordion component or this card component. Like developer needs to create all these components. And this is how the traditional CMS works. But one disadvantage of traditional CMS is, let me go back to the slides. It puts everything in one bucket, like HTML, CSS, images, videos, PDFs, content. Everything goes within the same bucket. Say, for example, in the case of like Adobe Experience maintains the image, it maintains the content, it maintains the CSS, it maintains the HTML. So it becomes like a bulky piece, so which might be difficult to handle in the single page application era, right? So that's why like people are moving towards headless CMS. So what is headless CMS? As the name says, there is no head associated with this. So when I say head, it's nothing but the UI. So you will be maintaining your content somewhere in a third-party system, something like Contentful or even Adobe Experience Manager that provides headless CMS capability. And you will be creating a single-page application which will consume the data from this headless CMS, right? So there is no presentation layer involved. So authors will be publishing the content on headless CMS, and your single-page application, that could be Angular or React or Vue application, which will consume the data from this headless CMS basically, right? So the best examples of headless CMS available in market are Adobe Experience Manager, Butter CMS, Contentful, Jesty, and there are n number of headless CMS available. Okay, just Google for headless CMS. You will be, you will be given with like at least like 20 plus options to choose one from them, right? So the one which I am going to talk about here is Contentful, and I already explored Contentful in most of my projects before, and I also have my I have my pet project created on Contentful and Angular, and so that's what I'm going to show here. So yeah, let's come to the title. Angular plus headless CMS is equal to awesome. Yes, it's going to be awesome. So you'll be creating your presentation layer using Angular, like create components for, say for example, you want to display your graph information. Assume you are creating a stock analysis app, and that involves graph, right? So you will be creating the graph component, Angular component basically, and you need to associate the data from your headless CMS. Obviously, it could be Contentful or Jesty, or it could be even Adobe Experience Manager. And headless CMS is nothing but Contentful. So where you need to create your content basically, and that content is put in different form. Like you need to create a content model. That's what I'm going to show in a couple of minutes. You need to decide like how your content model is going to be, right? Say for stock analysis app, like you will be having a content model, something like stocks, prices, and you will be also having a content for dashboard, right? So you'll be having a different content models, and each content model will have a specific API, and those API could be performing like get, post, delete, or even update operation, right? So the one which I'm going to show here is just a get operation. So putting all together here, Angular is going to be the UI, which will act as a presentation layer, and headless CMS is going to be the backend or backbone of your Angular application, and it's going to be available as a REST API or GraphQL. Like which one you want to choose, it's up to you. The one which I'm going to use here is REST API. So Contentful provides REST API support, and they also provide GraphQL support. Okay. So let's develop a simple product catalog application using Contentful and Angular. I already have the code developed for my front end piece, which is Angular, and it's in my local, right? So I need to create the backend using Contentful. So I already logged into my Contentful account. So you can also create a free account in Contentful.com. And first we need to add space, right? Space is where you will be creating your content models. So I am just going to hit a button called add a space. So this will take me to a next screen where I can create my space. So you have option like you can create it for a team, like medium-sized team or large team, or even for enterprise. So I'm not going to go with any of this. So I'll go with the community edition, which is coming at free of cost, right? And the product catalog is what I'm going to create. So product catalog, this is what my space name is going to be. And I'm not going to create an empty space because that's going to consume a lot of time to create the content model. Rather, I'm going to take the example content model that is already available in Contentful for demo purpose. So I'm going to create the product catalog space here. So I just chose product catalog, and click on create space, and this will create a space for me with product catalog information. So this will have a dummy information like product name, product price, content of the product, like basically the description and the images of the product. Okay, and it will not take more than a minute or two. Yes, the product catalog has been created. Let's go and explore our newly created space. Okay, so just jump onto the content model from there, and in the content model you will see like 3 content models available here for me: brand, category, and product. Okay, so I have like 3 content models here: brand, category, and product. And I can also create a new content model here called something called offers, and I can have it as a draft. I don't have to publish that yet. I can have it as a draft. I can talk to my team, do some changes, and later I can publish it, right? So that's how I can come up with the different content models. But the content model what I have here is a brand, category, and product. So let me dive into brand and see what is there inside. Okay, so the brand is going to have basically company name, logo, description, website, Twitter handle, email, phone number, right? And this contentful supports like different content types like long text, media, short text, even they support like list. So you can create you can also add a new field here so that this brand will become like an API, and you can add different content to that, right? So this brand is just now a content model, right? And you can create any number of brands using that. And also we have category. So this category is going to have like what category it is. Like it's going to be toys or it's going to be electronics, something like that. So for electronics, I need to have an icon and the title as electronics and description as what that category is all about. And also I have a product category, product content type. So which is basically going to have information about what the product is all about, right? So it will have like this product belongs to which category, what is the price, what is the, how many quantity available, what is the SKU number, kind of a barcode, and where it is available. So all those information. So this is content model, and we need to create content out of that in order to expose this content to my Angular application. So just jump onto this third tab called content, and you'll be having like different content already created here. You'll be having the content type set here. So this content called home and kitchen is of type category. Let's go and explore what that is. So this is the dummy data already created by Contentful for me. So this home and kitchen is going to have the title. You can edit this, and it has icon, and also it has a description, right? Similarly, let's explore the brand. So there is a brand called Norman Copenhagen, right? So this brand is a brand, right? So it's basically a brand, something like a Nike or Adidas. So this brand is going to have information like what's the brand name, like company name, and logo and description of that brand, right? Similarly, we have a product page as well. The product content is going to have a different product information. So the product what we are seeing here is for wall clock, and this wall clock is having a slug as so-so wall clock, and the product name is so-so wall clock, and it has a description, and it has a size, type, color, everything, and it also has assets. This assets is nothing but basically the image. Okay, so this is the image we have for this particular wall clock, and it belongs to the category called home and kitchen, and what is the price, and it belongs to which brand. Like you can create different content types, and you can inherit that content types within another content type. So in the product content type, we have category, and also we have brand got inherited, right? And quantity and SKU number and available at. So all this information are available in content. And jumping on to media, you can upload any kind of media like images, videos, PDF, and you can have that here. And this is going to be served from here to your Angular application. So I have like 20 images, but all those images are not published yet. You will see the status as draft. I'm going to publish that here. Okay. Once all the images are published, it will be available for consumption in my Angular app. But before doing that, before consuming that, we need to add the credentials for our contentful app, which is space and access token. So let me jump onto the access token, which is API key. And there is a API key got created already for me. So you can change this. It's my API key. Okay, it's up to you. So if you have like a different API keys, one for mobile, one for tablet, and one for one for your mobile app, one for your desktop app, one for your web application, you can have that created here so that you can track like which API key is consumed more. And coming to the space ID, you just copy the space ID from here and just put it in the configuration, and also copy the access token and just paste it here. So there are two types of access tokens available. One is for delivery and the other one is for preview. So preview will preview all your draft items as well. So delivery API will only show the items that are available in the published stage. Okay. So I just updated this configuration and I'm going to start my app. So let me go through the code quickly once after starting this application. So since it is going to involve like a backend or backend API, right? So we need to create a service for that. So the service what we have here is contentful service. This is a name. You can give any name you want, and you need to you need to import contentful client API, which is the npm library available already in npm.org. You can just download that from. You can just install that and start using it in your service. You need to configure your credentials, and you also need to configure your content types. So there are two content types we have. One is brand, and the other one is one is product, and the other one is category, right? And there is a method which gets the space basically. So this will get the space. This will get the information about what the space is all about. And under the space, we'll have information about accessing the products or a category. So get product is going to actually get all the products. Get product will actually get the individual product information, and get categories will get all the categories of the available in my contentful. And get config and set config is basically for settings. So I'll show that there. And reset config again, it's part of the settings. Okay. So these are the methods I have in my contentful.service.ts. And I also have a couple of components here. One is called category -list, which is to list down all the categories available in contentful in my space. And product detail, this will give me the like individual product detail, and this will give the list of products information, and this will show the settings basically. And you know about app.component.ts, which is the root of my application. Okay, let's go back to the application which is running in my local already. So localhost :4200/products, and this is going to list down all the products available in my contentful API. Let's go back to the content tab and see like how many products we have. Like we have classic car 1, Sosa wall clock 2, and Hudson wall cup 3, and whisk beater 4. We have 4 products here, and that's what's seeing under products list page, right? And we also have a individual button here, which will take us to the individual product information. So when I click on view details, it's going to show me the information about the car product, what we have. So this image is already available under our assets. If you go to media, you will see the car picture here. Okay, it's already uploaded, and it's going to be used in our car page. So basically, so if you see here in this car page, this image place some streamliner is what used, and this image is getting rendered here. Okay, so you need to get the information, and you need to you need to iterate through that and put it on your HTML basically. So that's your responsibility. So we have description, brand information, and image. And we also have a categories page, which will have like all the information about how many categories we have, and each category will have the respective products. And also there is a settings page that comes with this demo application. Like if you want to explore your own space ID and access token, you can put it here and save the configuration so that your products and categories will be pulled and displayed here for demo purpose. Okay, but I configured that, kind of hard coded that already in my contentful service.ts, and this is what you are seeing here as part of this products and categories. Okay, so coming to the responsibility. So we like, this is the Angular conference, right? So I don't have to talk much about contentful. You know what is contentful now, but what is the responsibility of Angular developer here, or a front-end developer here? So Angular developer needs to create components basically, and he needs to understand how the API response looks like from contentful, and how to parse the API response, and how to extract the image, and how to get the title of the product, and how to get the price and put it with a put it with a symbol, like a respective country symbol, like dollar or Indian rupees. So you need to come up with that logic, right? And not only that, you also need to think about strategies like how you can store this information in your local storage instead of making a request every time to the contentful, because every API request is going to cost, right? It's going to cost like a few cents. So you need to think about caching your response just in case if it's not going to be updated frequently, right? But in the case of products information, you need to retrieve it every time from this contentful, because new products will be published every time. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to publish a new product. So let's go back to the content and add a new entry, and I'm going to create a new product here. So I just chose product from the drop down. The product what I'm going to create now is Lenovo Carbon X1. So this is a laptop. I just want to add it to my product list. Okay, and this is the best laptop for developers. So I'm not promoting this laptop, just adding the description. Okay, so blah blah blah. So just add more description about the product. And size, you can mention it like, I don't know the exact weight, so but I'm going to put it like weight is going to be 750 grams, and color is going to be black color. Okay, and I'm going to add image. If I have existing image already, I can choose it from my assets, but I'm going to add a new image. So just click on add new media, and I already have this image downloaded. I'm just going to drag and drop that. Okay, I'm just going to drag and drop that here. So this will create a new asset for me. Oh, okay, let me choose it from here. So from my device, from Meetup, ng-Keralam, I'm going to choose this image and name it as, okay, it just added the image name automatically. I'm going to publish that image. Okay, coming back, the image got added. I can add the tags like Lenovo laptops, and the category it belongs to is, I have the category like electronics. I'm going to add a new category here called electronics. Okay, and let's add a new icon. I already have this laptop icon with me, and I'm going to publish that. Okay, I just published it, and the icon got added. So this is electronics category just added. Okay, I just published this category as well. And coming back to our page, which is Lenovo Carbon 1. And I'm going to choose the existing brand called something called PlaySame, because I don't want to create another brand and spend time. Okay, and quantity, I have like 10 laptops available, and SKU number is something kind of a barcode number, and I'm just publishing this page. Once I publish this page, if I go and refresh my products information page, you'll see a new product got added called Lenovo Carbon X1. And when I click on view details, I can see information about the image, description I added, and what brand it belongs to, and what is the price and what is the specifications. You can see all those information added here, right? So I didn't, basically I didn't deploy my code like Angular application here. All I did is I just authored my, authored the new product here. It got published and it got pulled by my Angular app basically, right? So this is how the Headless CMS and Angular application works. So if I go back to my content, you will see a new product got added, which is Lenovo Carbon X1. You can unpublish that if you want, just in case if the product is unavailable. And you can also duplicate it to add another Lenovo Carbon laptop. It's up to you. And you can also change the description. It gets automatically added. Okay, I'm just adding it as new series and publishing the changes here. Going back and refreshing the page, you'll see the new name got added here. Okay, so this is how Headless CMS works. So if you are not from this background, like CMS background, so this will be kind of a new refresher for you, like how the CMS works in single page application world. And the contentful here basically acts like a REST API. Okay, so if you want to explore like what information I have within my space, contentful provides an app called Content Preview. Okay, so just go into that app and choose this link. And basically explore your products. So this is basically for like author team. If they want to see like how many products available, they can just go and see, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 5 products available. If I click on Wiskpeter, this is what the information will be passed to my Angular application, right? So how many categories I have? So 3 categories. And how many brands I have? Like 3 brands. If I click on PlaySam brand, it will load the information about what that brand is all about, right? So this is basically for delivery API. You can also do a preview API. Preview API will basically display everything under your space, including the draft information. Okay, so just give a quick try with Contentful, and wherever you are from, like even you can use this in your mobile apps like Flutter, or even you can use it in iOS or Android apps, because basically this is REST API, right? You can wire this with any application. Okay, so that's all my demo. So let's go through, just go through my presentation as well. I will share it with ng-Keralam team, and I will also add my Git repo in the same slides. And this is what my Twitter handle at Ask Udhay, and follow me there. I will post like interesting stuff like this, and I explore something around Angular. I don't just choose some core concept from Angular, but I go around Angular and pick like what can be integrated with Angular and show that to the Angular community. Okay, so I also discussed how like a Docker image can be created for Angular application in my previous talks. So you can find me on, you can find my slides as well under slides.com/askudhay. Sorry. So any questions, Sugas, from participants?
So there are two questions. So from Gaurang, can we add multiple images for a single product? And how can we show
Yes,
different
of course.
sizes and colors of this product?
I mean, how can we?
How can we show different sizes and colors of this product?
Sure. I just stopped sharing my screen so that I can see the question. Okay. So yeah, that's a good question, Gaurang. So you'll be passing all the colors, all the products, images from your contentful API. I mean, from your contentful headless CMS, and you need to come up with a logic in your Angular application to display all the colors, right? Like what are the available colors we have and the respective images. Maybe you can go with a pattern like when they click on a black color, go with your image something like car_black.jpg, right? Similarly, if a white image is clicked, white color is clicked, you can render like car-white.jpg. You can come up with a logic something like that. And all these images are available already in Contentful. You just need to update your name, like image name. It automatically picks the URL basically.
Okay. So one more question from Kishore. Can you show us the API that is exposed from Contentful?
Sure. Let me share my screen quickly.
Yep.
So one thing basically they have is they are restricting to access the Contentful API directly from like editors or somewhere. We still have options to do that, but when you add this space and access token, and when you start using this Contentful client API npm package, it automatically adds the REST API links. So it will be totally hidden, but still we can see the REST API calls from our application through the network tab. So let me clear everything now and go to categories. And I cannot access this API just like this because I need to pass the API key and a space ID as well in the header. Okay, you can configure that in your local API tool, whatever you use, like Postman or something, and so that you can see the response. But this is the API, Kishore. So this is my space ID, and entries is what, like default stuff. And what is the content type? Is category. If I give it like products, it's going to display everything for the product. I don't see the response here because I need to pass the access key and space ID. But this is how the API, REST API link will look like. Okay. And in the HTML, we basically iterate through the response. Say, for example, to get the product price, we go into product.fields.price, like how we usually iterate in REST API. Okay, hope that answered.
Yeah, I think those were all the questions. So thanks, Udhay.
Cool.
So thanks for your talk.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so next up we have Pandiyan. He'll be talking about how what are the preloading strategies in Angular. So over to you, Pandiyan.
Yeah, thank you, Sugas. Is my voice is clear?
Yeah, yes, Pandiyan.
Okay, let me share my screen. So, you able to see my screen, Sugas?
Yes, Pandiyan.
Okay. So, first of all, thanks everyone for joining the session in the weekend, and thanks to all the organizers and the people who have been working to make this conference big and it's a great thing, guys. So, thanks for inviting me as well. So, first of all, today we are going to talk about preload strategies in Angular. So myself, Pandiyan, working as a senior software engineer at Goel.to. So I have been using Angular for past 5 to 6 years. Maybe like by simple, like I would say, like I've been using Angular since 1.x. So that's like I'll come up with like lots of strategies during the applications I have created. Like have been worked on like an enterprise application just built on top of Angular, or like a SaaS application, or like a simple widget kind of application. So I'd like to share my experience, like struggles I have faced during developing these applications. So in today thing, like we are going to get started with the simple terms like eager loading, lazy loading, and we will go to the preloading at the next step. At first, like eager loading is something like similar to native single page applications. So everything will load upfront. So user will load, the browser will load everything upfront, and user will wait still it is loading all the things. A simple example will be like a Silverlight application, which is like some of the old technology, but it was popularly used in lots of streaming apps in early days. So what it will do is like it will load all the modules related to that application before showing the first screen, or like making the users to access the application. Literally means all the modules will be loaded earlier itself. So next thing is like a lazy load. Here, what it will do is like it will present the first screen at first itself. For example, we will be loading a website. The home screen will be loaded very fast, and like all the sub pages like about page or FAQ page, it will be loaded whenever we navigated to that particular route or that link. So when we click that link, user should wait for some time, like it can be micro or nanoseconds. So it will download the modules from the network and then load it to the browser, like to the UI. So third thing is like this is like two extreme things. One thing is like user will wait for everything to load, and they will start using it. Let's consider it as a large application. So they will be like waiting for lots of time. Let's say even in nowadays, waiting for 8 to 10 seconds is lots of time. So they need to wait for a long time to load a entire large application. So that's like one extreme. Another thing is like they landed to the first page at earlier this thing, but when they navigate to some other pages, the network should download the respective modules, and user should still wait for few microseconds, or like in worst cases like poor internet can make it more time to download the modules. So this is like two extremes. So to place in between these things, the preloading strategy is coming. So you can control the user experience based on your needs. So that's where we are going to talk about like what is preloading. So this is like I already explained what happens when we navigate to a route. The router makes a network request to download a module, and Angular fetches the module, and like this causes the user to wait for some time in lazy loading. So we can't lazy load everything, and like moving to the next modules, or like opening the new route should make the users wait for a few seconds. So this is where a preloading is coming. So what is the types of preload strategies? First one is like a preload none. So we are not going to preload anything. If it is a lazy load, we are just going to just load when the modules will be loaded. So this is like one thing, preload none. Next thing is like a preload everything. All modules will be preloaded. It can be a useful thing, like you are landing to the home page. So once you are checking out the landing page itself, in the background it will start loading all the sub modules, or like the related modules after completing the first step. But it will increase the network usage. Let's say like the user may or may not go to that sub modules. For example, your home page itself is like loaded in 5 seconds, and another modules will take some 1 to 2 MB to download the sub modules. It's not needed. So third thing is like custom preload strategy. So what we are going to do is like we are going to design our preloading based on our logic, based on the way we want to improve it. So how the preload works? So this is the three things. After each navigation, the router will check for any unloaded modules. For example, you are landed into a home page, and it will check for the unloaded modules. Whether it will check the logic in the next step. should any of the unloaded modules should be preloaded. For example, a home page is having another subpage called about, whether it needs to be preloaded or not. If you want to preload it, it will load the modules and keep it. So it will looks like this basically. So in our app.module.ts or like in our routing module, what we are going to do is like we are going to mention preloading strategy as no preloading if you don't want to preload anything. Then it will work similar to what normal lazy loading will be doing based on our codes. Next thing is like preload all modules. If you mention preload all modules, what it will do is like it will load the application at first, and it will look for the other modules that needs to be preloaded. Basically, like it will load all the modules which is mentioned as a child modules. So in today this thing, like we are going to check out 3 custom preload strategies. First one is like you are going to mention to the code like whether you want to preload that particular module or not. This is the first thing. Second thing is like based on the network speed. If the customer is having or like the user is having like a fastest internet, they can preload all the things. Or they don't want we don't want to like bus like overuse their internet and load all the things. So first thing is like whether you want or not, we will be having some boolean flags or something like that. We will decide whether we want to load the preload that module or not. Second one is like based on the network speed, we will be doing it. Third one is like predict based on the user behavior. For example, we will be having a list of items in the left hand side, and we want to show the related items in a detailed way in the right hand side. If the customer is like hovering to the on items, that time we can load it. So that kind of user behavior, we can capture it and like we can load the related modules. So we will see each steps in detail in the demo. So how to develop a custom preload strategy? So this is the 3 steps we have. First one is like implement the preloading strategy interface from a router thing. Next one is like create or write custom logic describing how it should behave, whether it should check the boolean values or like it should check the network speed, or it should check the like user behavior, whether they hover or like whether they are scrolling. Those kind of things we could write logics and then apply to that related routes. So we have did much talk. Let's see some examples in the code. For this thing, like I have like download a code from the GitHub repository of John Papa, who is like one of the great speaker in the Angular community. So this is his code. So basically, I'm using his code in today thing. So let me refresh this. So this is the application, one of the application. We will see lots of information here. So right now, we have mentioned like in app.module.ts. Let me zoom it a little bit. So we have mentioned like a preload strategy as no preloading. So I said to code, don't preload anything. You just load whenever it needed. Like we had, let me show the route as well. So here in the route, we have mentioned like a movies URL to like a movies.module. So if I go to this movies URL, it will send a request to network to download that particular module. Let's click it. So I had like a filtered only the modules call here. So if you keep everything, it will be like a lots of things. So to be focused, I just filtering the module calls only. So we have mentioned like this is basically like a lazy loading. So we are just loading this particular children when we are moving to movies, and the movies module will be loaded. And when we go to heroes module will be loaded. So these kind of things we did. So basically like we move to heroes, and the signing option is there. So we're just signing it. So we have mentioned like we don't need any strategies here. Like we mentioned like don't preload anything. So no preload at all. So here you could see like informations like this. So basically what we did is like we imported no preloading or like a preload all modules things from at angro/router package. So first thing is we just refresh the page again. So we could be able to see when you open the movies, it just loaded that particular module. And when we go to heroes, it's loading that only. And if we go to villains, it's just loading. So next thing, what we can do is we can preload everything. First option we add as a no preload. Next one is a preload everything. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to comment out the first thing, preload strategy of no preloading. And next step is as preload all modules, which means what it will do is once it is loaded the home page, it will load all the sub modules, or we will say it will load all these existing modules movies, heroes, villain, and about. It should load it basically. Let's see. I'm just saving it. It will render the latest application. We can see in the console network tab. So right now the application got refreshed. We could be able to see once it is loaded the application, it just loaded all the sub modules, or the modules which has been lazy loaded as preloaded basically. So the main thing we had mentioned here is only the one value here, preload all the modules. So if you see the network, so you will see this is, let me refresh again. So it will load the main application first. After that, it will preload all the existing modules. So this is available strategies in the router this thing. So we mentioned whether we want to load all the modules or don't preload every thing. So this is all or none kind of thing. So first one is a none. No preloading is a none of modules should be preloaded. Second one is preload everything. So okay, we have discussed about eager loading and lazy loading. So this is too extreme. We did a preload as a intermediate thing, which can grasp both the things. We can load the modules whenever we need it. At the same time, in an efficient way, not loading everything, or at the same time, we should not wait for the user to do this. So next step is similar to that. We have no preloading or preload all modules. So instead of telling application don't load everything, or load everything, so this is all or none. So here we are going to write a custom logic. So I'll just comment out this thing. So coming back to our slide, we mentioned 3 strategies here. One is you want to load it or not. We will be mentioning that to the application. So for that, we are going to have an option called opt-in preload strategy. So this is not a default thing. We created it basically. So we are just going to that particular class and observe what it is actually having. Let me close this right hand side options so that we could see the information fully. So basically what I did is I have implements the preloading strategy thing. So inside that we have constructor basically passing the route, as well as a variable called load, which will load the application. Here we are checking only one thing, whether my route is having a data field. Inside the data field, whether it is having a preload option. If it is true, you are just loading that module. Otherwise, just return empty, which means we are I will show the router file here basically. So basically what it will look for is whenever we are traversing to a new route, for example, we are traversing to movies route, it will check this opt-in preload strategy based on the information we have provided in app.modules. So it will come to this place and check whether this route is having the data value. So we are coming to movies path. So it is checking data is having. And basically we cascaded a few things just to make sure it's not throwing any errors, and the data is available here. Next thing it will check is whether the preload thing is true or not, and checking yes, preload is true here. So then preload it. That's it. So what we are going to do is we'll go to app.module.ts and change it to opt-in preload strategy and just save it. So to see the difference, what I basically did is go to router.ts. So we have three to four routes, right? First one is like a movies, heroes, villains, and admin. So for about, I didn't mention this particular thing. So we don't have data or like a preload variable here, so which doesn't have any values. So what it will do is like it will preload these things, and it will not load the about module basically. Let's see that example. So I will just refresh it just to see observe the network tab. So when I hit the home page, after that the home page is rendered, it started preloading movies, heroes, and villains. So I'm just signing in, just in the case like to show the application. So still the movies, heroes, and villains has been loaded. Why the admin is admin is not loaded? Like because admin is like a sign-in page or something like that. Next thing is like about. So the about module is not loaded basically. So if you click about now, it will just download the module from the internet. After that, it is just showing in the UI, right? So let's say like let's make it as a false, or like I just delete it basically. I'll just save it. So now here heroes will not be preloaded. Let's refresh the application. So now the heroes is not preloaded. If you go to the heroes, that time it downloaded the modules and then just loading into the application. So basically like this is like a opt-in or opt-out kind of information. We decide whether the particular module is needed or not. So means like whether it's needed to be preloaded or not. So we used this variable basically like we decided and passing the information during the application thing. So first one is like opt-in or opt-out. So we have seen the examples and see the thing. So next thing is like coming back to the slide. Next thing is like based on the network speed. So my network speed should decide whether the module should be preloaded or not. So right now, like let's say like we preloaded, we made 3 modules as like a preload true. We'll go back to our app.module.ts. We'll comment out the existing thing. And now we are going back to another option called network preload strategy. So what it will do is like basically preload only if we are in a fast network, which means it can be a 4G or Wi-Fi kind of thing based on that. So for that we have write some custom logic similar to opt-in preload strategy. We had implements preload strategy and write few methods here. Basically what we did is like we are returning route as a load as a true only if we have informations like we are checking the navigator connection basically. If connection is slow 2G or 2G or 3G, you just ignore and preload only when it is like loaded the like a lazy loaded the thing. For example, we loaded a home page and right now preload is true for everything, but it won't load all the things if the network is 2G or 3G. So let's see how it works. So I'm just saving it. So we could see like all the modules has been loaded now. So let's say like let me refresh once again. So now all the modules has been loaded, which means like I have a better internet. So to mock this thing, what I'm going to do is like to have a slow 2G or 3G network, we have option called here like in the network tab we have option called like setting the connection type. So I'm going to make it as a slow 3G. So when I click slow 3G and if you refresh, what it will do is like it will hit this particular network our preload strategy and calling this has good communication connection kind of thing, and it will check whether the information is having like a fastest internet or something like that. It will say like it is a slow 3G. Basically it will fall under this category, and what it will do is like it won't preload the modules. I'll just save it. Basically let's refresh the UI. So if you could see now the application itself taking some time because it's just like throttling to like a slow 3G. We could see like only the movies module has been loaded, but we have mentioned like we have mentioned like all the things needs to be preloaded in our router, right? But why it didn't load it? Because we mentioned like don't preload in the slowest network. So what it will do is like if you click heroes now, it will consider as like this is a slow internet, so this is not preloaded everything. So it just loaded when only when they are traversing to that particular route. So if we make it as like online again, which means like a fastest internet by default, like I'll just change it as online and just reloading. We could see like all the modules has been preloaded now. Even it is a lace loaded, like we decide whether it wants to be like if for let's say like mostly in public Wi-Fi, or like in India we use Wi-Fi in railway stations or like airport. It won't have much bandwidth. It will provide a minimal internet for our thing. Like for example, if someone is using our application in minimal internet, we can switch the performance of our application based on the user's internet. That time it will be like if they are in a good internet, we can preload everything and show it to them. So we capture the user behavior and the user internet, and we are deciding whether it needs to be preload or not. This is another one thing. So the third thing is like predict user behavior. So next thing I have in my list is like predict the user behavior. So for that, let's go back to our app.model.ts. So here we have another preloading strategy called on-demand preloading strategy, which means like based on the user behavior. Let's say like I'm having a virtual scroll kind of application. So I can show only top 10 items and have another 10 items in a bucket list. Like when they scroll it, and like after that time we can slowly load one by one, or like load a few images or like videos, those kind of feed kind of things. That time we can use these kind of things. So in today's session, I have a option like this. So for this, for what I did is like on-demand preload strategy. Let's traverse it to it. Basically, we have passed information from one component to another component. So let's ignore all the things. I'll just go to the point straightly. We are getting the information whether we want to preload or not by based on this particular preload on-demand value, which will be passed from the component. What I did is like I'll just refresh the application. You can watch the network tab. Like now nothing has been preloaded, only the movies URL has been loaded. So when I hover the heroes option, we preloaded that thing. So my application thinks like someone is going to click that heroes link, so I'm preloading it. So if I click it, it will just load it straight away. So I'm just assigning it. So let's say like I'm hovering villains, and then it preloaded. So if I click villain, so it will load. Like we are capturing the user behavior, or like the user how the user is using the application, and we are predicting it, and like we are preloading those things. For this, basically what we did is like we get these values from the component, like on hover kind of effect. Let's see. Let's search for it. So here we pass the values basically on mouse hover. We are sending information to the preload bundle. So what this preload bundle will send is like it will pass the route path to the preload on-demand service, which basically what it will do is like it will capture the information here. Like when we send the value to this particular service thing, so it will capture the information and check the route basically, whether we need to preload that route or not. So basically what when we hover, what it will do is like it will send this particular route villains to our preloading strategy, and it will load it. So another thing I have is like I'll just refresh it. One more thing we have is like a preload all. So we made a click operation here. What it will do is like when we click preload all, it will load all the informations basically, like preload all sending star as a route path, which means regex, which will match every route, and we will be loading all the things. So let's click preload all. We could be able to see like all the unloaded modules which is related to this has been loaded. Let me refresh it and once I can show it. So I'll just sign in. So right now villains has been loaded. So I'm clicking preload all, and it just showing up the information, and like everything has been loaded, movies, heroes, and about things. And I'm just clicking heroes now, so it will straight away will show the information, right? So we have seen three things basically here. So one is like whether we need to opt in or opt out. So we decide whether it needs to be loaded or not. Next thing is like based on our network speed, we decide whether we need to preload everything or not. Third thing is like a user operations, like whether when they hover something or like when they click something, we load it. So basically we have seen things like this. When we hover it, it loaded the pre-modules, or when they click it, we just preloaded related modules basically. So we can decide based on our user things and make our application more accessible, and it will be helpful for application users to have a very feasible application, or like a very fastest loading application. They will have like a when the internet is good, we are preloading everything, and they will have like a nice experience. When they have a less internet, still we are managing to like load a few things, and we are just keeping the unwanted thing at that moment. And so these kind of custom preload strategies can be created based on our needs. So all we have to do is like we can just import the let's go to the some strategy file. All we can do is like we can just import the preloading strategy from at Angular/router and implements it, and in the constructor we will be deciding whether that particular model needs to be loaded or not. So we have mentioned like how we need to create custom preload strategies, and we are done with the demo. So these are various links I had gone through. Like basically the main source for my talk is like a preloading strategy by John Popo in NG conference. So these things can be found in these links, like related informations, or like another GitHub repo like a ngx quick link. What this particular repo library will be doing is like it will preload all the it will load all the modules if that link is been loaded in the UI. So that thing you can check out. Another quick tip here is like if you want to like have this code snippet, what you can do is like you can install Angular snippets by John Papa, and when you type a-reload, so you could see like a emmet kind of thing. He had created an extension for it, and you can use it. So if I click preload network strategy or like opt-in strategy, it will provide us a code snippet. I have clicked preload strategy here. Some preload strategy like a network preload strategy, or I will click opt-in strategy. It provided a minimal code which has like some snippets and quick things you can try out in your application. So once you have created it, you can just pass it here in the preload strategy, whether it's on-demand preload strategy based on your file names you are mentioning in your app.modules.ts, and you can try out. So those are the things I have today. Thanks for watching my session. So hope you enjoyed it. So over to you, Subhas.
Yeah, thanks, Pandiyan. So there are a couple of questions. So one question
Okay.
is from Saravanan. Is there any delay preload function available?
Sorry.
Is there any delay preload function available?
Delayed preload function means like basically when we preload, what it will do is like if you mention like a preload all, you can mention like you need to preload. You can even create a custom preload functions, like a preload this particular module after some 5 seconds or something. You can create custom logic whether you can delay it or not. Next thing is like preload all itself a good thing at some point if our application is very small. So we can we load our main application. After that only we are going to preload these things. So basically you can create custom logic using the preload strategy things from at Angular/router.
Okay. So there is one more question from Saravanan. So how lazy loading and eager loading handled?
So actually, we should not stick with eager loading or like a lazy loading. It's based on the application nature. Whether if it is your enterprise application, you don't want the users to wait for a few seconds in the middle of using the application. You can go for the eager loading. But I would say in eager loading, if it is everything is loaded at first, the users won't have to worry about everything at the end. So how it is handled means basically, let me share the screen again. Let me say it in a simple way. If anything is not lazy loaded, it will be a eager loading. So that modules will be already loaded at the part of the starting itself. So lazy loading will be mentioning in the routes as a children's. It needs to be loaded during the route navigation.
Okay. And the last question is how to preload CSS files.
Okay. If you bundle everything in a module, so CSS files will be already mentioned. It will be present in preloaded things, right? Because for example, here I mentioned a villain as one of the module I need to be loaded. That module will contain the CSS files and the HTML files, right? So that way it is if we split everything in that component based thing, so that CSS files will be loaded only when it is needed.
Okay. Yeah, I think those were the questions. Thanks, Pandiyan. Thanks for your session.
Thank you so much, Suvas, and thanks, Sundaram as well. And good luck to all the upcoming speakers, and thanks for all the speakers who have been spending their valuable times. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Pandiyan. Okay, so next up we have Nishu. She'll be talking about HMR in Angular. So over to you, Nishu.
All right. Hi, everyone. I hope all of you have been enjoying. Okay, wait, let me change my screen before you see an illusion of so many screens. All right. Yeah, so again, hi, everyone. Thank you very much for joining. I hope you've been learning interesting stuff in the previous sessions. This being the last session, I hope I keep it light and interesting. So for those of you who don't understand what HMR is, let's stay curious. I'll not reveal it as of now. And for those of you who understand what HMR is, what is the full form of it, you might still be confused because it goes by like two different names. So let's dive right in. This is kind of going to be the flow which we are going to run through. What is HMR? What is the HMR process? How do we implement HMR in general? How do we implement HMR in Angular? And what's new with Angular 11 that makes me want to speak about a topic like HMR? It's not a new topic, but there might be some updates which bring me back to HMR. And in 2021, HMR is one of the topics. All right, so let's get started. I have not introduced myself. So my name is Nishu Goel. I work as a software engineer with a company called The DataWorks. I'm a Microsoft MVP and a Google developer expert. I have written a book related to Angular routing. It goes into topics like preloading, which Pandiyan explained really well just now. And it also talks about lazy loading, eager lazy loading, custom preloading, and stuff like that. I also have released a course recently which talks about the basic and the intermediate topics of Angular. It's an educative. If you are interested to refer to someone or you're interested in it yourself, you can ask me for the link and you can. I can share some friendly links with you. All right. So as you can see on the screen, HMR stands for Hot Module Replacement. And when I said that you might be confused with the full form, it was because it also goes by the name Hot Module Reloading, and we do get confused around that. And to be honest, in fact, I was confused about the actual full form around like a month, actually 2-3 months ago. So yeah, it stands for hot module replacement, and let's understand what it basically means. So first of all, the best way to start with the session would be to look at the problem. Where is the problem? The problem is that as a developer, the most difficult time for us to pass is the time when we have made some changes to our code and we want to see any updates on the browser, and we want to see if the recent changes that we have applied in the code, would that fix the bug that I was facing, or would I still be, struggling in it, and would I still have to think of ways to fix my code. So that time when you're waiting for your application to compile and look at the final results after changing your code is the most difficult time, right? And reducing that time is the most important thing that we could do, performance wise, development process wise, and basically making the whole process efficient and faster. So hot module replacement, to put it in simple terms, is the process of updating your modules, whichever modules have been updated when you changed your code, instead of doing a full reload when you actually serve your Angular application. So you'll not have to change like everything in the application and reload the browser, or simply do an ng serve in your application to see the changes. Instead, you would want to just update the modules which the compiler thinks that have been updated, and only only update those. Don't reload the whole application. This results in efficient development process. This is not for production. This results in efficient development process by it would retain the app state. For example, you have input some values into 3 input boxes, and you would have to input those again when you've made changes in your code, because the browser reloads and all the values reset to the old state, or the new state, the initial state. And it gets really frustrating at times when you have entered a lot of data, but then as a developer you find that, oh, I've made a mistake here, I would want to rectify that and then input the values again. In that case, this would be really helpful because it retains all the values, and you could just update the tiny changes in the code that you've made. And the best part is that it would be an instant browser update, because now you see you're not loading all the modules or the components. You are simply loading whatever has changed. And now let's have a look at the whole process of HMR. So this is a small sketch that I created just now to explain the whole thing better. I could put it in points, but then a conversation, a dialogue between two people always sticks to our mind, right? So this person on the left that you see, the small face, is actually our application. And the person on the right, or the character on the right, is HMR configuration, is the hot module replacement configuration. So the app asks the HMR config that, hey, do you have any updates for me? Do I need to apply any changes to the browser, right, whenever I'm compiling my application? HMR says, hey app, like he would say, hey application, I'm asynchronously checking for any updates and downloading them if there are. If there are any updates, I'll notify you. The app says, okay, if you have any updates, just apply those to the application and we'll show that to the browser. HMR agrees, and that's exactly what happens. First step is to check for any updates if HMR has any. Step 2 is to download all those updates, compare with the old version of modules, for example, and then see if there is a change. You would simply download those updates. Once that is done, the application gets to know that, okay, this particular module has changes and needs to show that on the browser, not the whole application, but only the module that has been updated. Then the application agrees to apply those changes, and finally, that's when you see that on the browser. You do not do a simple ng serve, but instead you do a HMR specific ng serve. So we'll have a look at that. Now, we talked in general about what happened. You would ask HMR to apply the updates. HMR would download and apply the updates. But what's like more technical? What really does the Angular compiler do? So the first thing that happens is that the compiler emits the update of all the modules. For example, there are 3 modules that have been updated in your latest change, and the compiler would simply emit that update, and it basically updates into 2 files, or in 2 different ways. That would be, first is the manifest JSON, which has the object structure of all the data, and the second is updated JavaScript chunks, where you have actually made the changes. Once these 2 are updated by the compiler, then that's the compiler's task of doing HMR. Then the module has to take care of what exactly should happen. You could write the code inside that, or you could simply have a handler to accept whatever updates your HMR is sending. That's what your module does when there is an update in that module. What does the runtime do? What really happens at runtime? That's what we have to look at as the next thing. So this is kind of a state, kind of a life cycle of what exactly happens when your HMR sends you updates. So first thing, your runtime is in a check state. Let's see what that check state is. It has a method called check, which would send an API call to the manifest file that we saw in the previous slide, which is this one, which the compiler sent as an updated file. So your runtime is sending an API call to the manifest file. It looks for updates. If the API fails, that means there were no updates. But if the API succeeds, that means there were updates. So it would look for the updated modules and download those, as your HMR was saying in that the character version of things that I showed you. When downloading process completes, the runtime goes to a ready state, because now the runtime knows that, okay, I've checked for the updated modules and I've downloaded the ones which are necessary to update. So now it's in a ready state. What happens as the next thing is the apply stage, because finally you have to apply those downloaded updates and get a new version of your applications without really reloading it. So to apply all the modules, the updated modules, the old version of those becomes invalid. They get disposed and you don't have to have them anymore in the application. So you would unload them. Now the runtime goes into the accept state, and accept state is exactly where the runtime is ready to get the new changes from the new files that your compiler has sent you. So in the accept state, the current app gets updated with the latest changes of the downloaded modules. And finally, it goes to idle state, and then the whole process repeats. I don't know why badly is written here, but yeah, it goes back to the idle state, and then the whole process repeats. So this is kind of the whole flow of how HMR updates your application in, whenever any changes are there in the application. Now you would ask me what happens if you click a simple save in the file and that starts compiling the application, and you do a HMR compilation, for example. In that case, let's again go through these steps. The runtime is currently is in the check state, right? It checks for updates if there are any. What would happen? Will the API call succeed or fail? We simply did a save, but we didn't make any changes in the application. It would fail because there is no module that's different. There are no changes in any of the modules. So the runtime knows that, okay, there's nothing to update and I don't need to unload and reload all the modules again. That's why the process becomes instant, because you see that you don't even have to reload the application at all. Now, the next part in this process is to actually implement HMR. And here comes a very important point, that HMR is not an Angular specific topic. It's more related to Webpack, and Angular also implements it using Webpack in the background. So first of all, we'll have a look at how HMR implements in general. For example, if it was not an Angular application, it was a simple Node.js application, and you had to implement HMR. How would you do it then? Step one is to update your Webpack configuration to have your maybe some HMR code which checks if the module is hot. Then it would have to replace the updated modules. If it's not, then it simply remains the same. That's what your Webpack config will contain. You would also have to update your module code to do something that whenever there's a change. If you remember, in 2-3 slides before, we saw that the task of module in the whole process is to actually look for updates if there are any, and actually have the code which knows that what exactly I have to do when there is a change in the code, when there is an update. Module knows that. And to implement HMR in general, you would need to tell the module that what exactly you have to do if there are changes in the app. So the module code needs to be that. Now, this is a very general way of implementing HMR configuration in maybe Node.js app or any JavaScript application or a vanilla JavaScript application. What if you have to do it in Angular? Let's have a look at that now. So this is before Angular 11. So the steps that we had to do to implement HMR were the steps that I'll be talking about now. And this is exactly the reason why HMR as a topic comes into picture again, because with Angular 11 you don't have to do all these steps that you'll be seeing now, but do focus on these, because if you're not using Angular 11 version, in that case you would need to redo these steps every time, as in every time you do a new application. All right, so let's have a look at these steps first of all. So if you've been working in Angular before, you would know that we have two files for environment. One is environment.ts, one is environment.prod.ts. In prod.ts, we would have the production version as true, whereas in a regular environment file, it would be false. Now, in another file that we create for HMR, which is environment.hmr.ts that you see on the slide currently, you would have production as false, because HMR is for development purposes, right? It's not for production. And you would set HMR as true, because now you want to denote that here is when my configuration will be hot module replacement configuration. So you would set it as true. But now you would also need to set it inside other two files, which is environment.ts and environment.prod.ts. And at both those places, you can set it as false, because you only need to have one file which sets the configuration of HMR. So as mentioned, you can update other environment variable files with HMR as false. What is the next step? You have told your environment that, okay, there might be a case where you have HMR configuration. The next thing to do is to update your angular.json. So you would have seen that you have scripts for build and serve, right? Wherein you would you would have file replacements object where you would change the file, for example, environment.ts with environment.hmr.ts in case when you have HMR config sent from the CLI. For example, if you do ng-serve --HMR, in that case, that's your angular.json coming into action and updating the environment.ts file, whichever file it is. The next thing to do is to actually have an install a HMR related dev dependency, because that's when your Angular application will be able to understand that what HMR exactly is. Otherwise, you won't even understand what the flag is. The Angular application won't understand what the flag is. After that is done, after you have your angular.json updated, your environment.ts updated, your HMR dev dependency in your application inside your packet.json, the next thing is to create an HMR.ts file that knows what HMR operation has to do. That knows that you have to check for a hot module replaced file, or a module basically which is hotly replaced. And that's where your HMRTS code comes into action. This is what we have to do. We have to write the code for that. And finally, you would also have to tell your main.ts file to bootstrap the app accordingly. Maybe HMR configuration is not passed. In that case, you would simply bootstrap your application the way we do when we do ng-serve. However, if the configuration contains HMR, you would have to bootstrap your application a little bit differently, because now HMR comes into picture. So again, that check will happen in the main.ts. You would check if module.hot, for example, and you would say that, okay, just log it to the console that HMR is running, and it's live in the message that it sends. It would say that it's live on the server. However, in the case when HMR doesn't come as a config in your main.ts file, you could simply say that your application doesn't support HMR, for example. So all of these steps could be, a code like this. We'll not go through this code, but let's just look at the important parts. Wherein in the second line, you would see that we have a dependency for HMR, Angular class /HMR, which basically sends you create new host that you'll be using later on to actually check whether the element that has come is updated or not. And after that, in the line which says module.hot.accept, in here you are actually checking if there's a HMR config that has come in. You would have to bootstrap the application with only that module that has updates, and then you would dispose the existing, just like we talked, that you would have to dispose the invalid modules from before, accept the new modules which are updated ones, and then your application becomes live and in the idle state, because you've come back to the same scenario. That's when the runtime again becomes idle, right? So this is kind of the whole code that runs in the background when your HMR configuration is supposed to be done. Now, you might be wondering that just for a faster development process and instant browser updates, you might not want to do so many updates, right? You might not want to create a src/hmr.ts file. You might not want to update your main.ts file with so much code that doesn't make sense to us as of now. So that's why HMR was not very, very much used before. But now let's have a look at what's new with Angular 11. So with version 11 of Angular, which was released recently or some time back, you now know that CLI would allow you running ng-serve and the flag HMR. This lets the CLI know that, okay, there's some HMR configuration that has to be run. And this would ensure that now your modules have to be updated. This is the code that runs in the background now. You don't have to write this code. So your application would start compiling HMR in an HMR way, and it will not fully reload, but only load when, whatever updates are there in your modules. Other thing is that it would save the code changes and configuration, and it would allow faster HMR config. So the HMR config that you were doing before by creating an HMR.ts, updating your Angular JSON, ts config JSON, you would not have to do that now because that happens in the background, and you only need to tell the CLI that, ng-serve and the flag HMR, or you could simply create a script for this, something like serve::HMR or something like that. So that's the change with Angular version 11 that makes me, at least as a developer, quite satisfied that, okay, I'll simply do this configuration. Instead of running ng-serve, I'll simply run ng-serve HMR, and that would only load the changes that I've made just now. And I'll give you a good example for this. I was working on an education-based website that I had to create. And for example, one of the test papers in that particular website would contain like 100 questions. And I had a task to fix the timer of that particular question paper. Now, the timer updates with that I was doing had to be done, for example, after we reach 1 minute instead of seconds, right? So I had to wait until then. That is fine. So I would fill all the question marks because I wanted to reach, for example, page number 5. And that's when I would see that because the timer was failing, my application would reload, or it would just fail. So I would compile it again, and then all the, for example, questions on 5 pages, consider 10 pages, 10 questions per page, it would be 50 questions and all. I had to redo all those 50 questions. And that's the most frustrating thing as a developer, because you're not interested in the questions. I was not even reading the questions, right? I would simply do A, B, C, D, just to fill the mandatory number of questions in that particular test paper. So imagine if I had known HMR then, what I had simply done is that instead of doing ng-serve, I would have done ng-serve HMR, and all my question answer radio button values would have stayed. So I would start from page number 5 maybe to check my timer fixes that I've done, but have all those values retained. So this is kind of a very important thing that I've come across, and I think HMR would really help us do that. Let's see what is the best part that I was just talking about. So the form values remain the same. You don't have to build a long form, fill a long form repeatedly. Even after you make changes in the timer for like 5 times, you would still come back. You would still see that, okay, the timer has been updated because it was a module change that I did in my application. But the values that I filled in for the form remain, they stay. And one more benefit of retaining the state using HMR would be that wherever your scroll position was, you will not have to scroll down again and again, and it would stay. So just now an example came to my mind. For example, my phone has 14,000 images in the photo gallery, and every time some message comes up, I would click on that and then go back to my scrolling session of the photo gallery, and then I would have to redo all of that. It happens sometimes when you click somewhere on the application or on the app, so it would come back to its original state. This becomes really irritating. So for example, you're 14,000 pictures and you go to 5,000 and then you have to come back and redo all of that. That is so irritating, right? So such performance or such efficient way of doing it would be really helpful productivity wise as well. So that's what HMR basically helps us with, and it's not just Angular specific. But you might be wondering that it might create some problems also, because you might not get some updates that you've done in your application. You might wonder that, okay, why this is not working, and you might end up even more confused, because now you don't know, is your recent change applied or not? Do you even, maybe the module didn't update that you made changes to? Things like that can happen, right? So in that case, there are some cons of using HMR, but then it's all about what your mindset is when when you started working in your application. For example, you are subscribing to some changes that are coming through an API in a service, and your HMR you are working in an HMR configuration based application. Now you're not unsubscribing from those changes, right? The subscription that you had for your API call, you're not unsubscribing from that. And let's say your subscription starts when you run your application. Now you want to make some change in one of the modules, so you make that change and you do a ng-serve HMR that updates only the module but doesn't reload the application as it's supposed to do. Now the previous subscription keeps on continuing because you've not unsubscribed from that, right? You never did that. So the previous subscription is running. Now, with the new changes in the modules, you would have to redo the thing. So the subscription would happen again. You're again subscribing to whatever API call you're doing. But the previous subscription was not done. That means multiple subscriptions. That means memory leaks. So that's one of the big problems when you're doing HMR and you're not unsubscribing. So that's kind of not a very good thing. This could lead to, as I would read through it, this could lead to a lot of memory leaks, because if you're doing some actions and not stopping the previous actions, it might, leave you confused or give memory leaks. And some of the examples of that, as I mentioned, one is subscriptions. They should be cleared on the destroy of the component or the module or the service. Similarly, if you have any set interval method, for example, you would need to close or clear those as well. And for example, you're opening the WebSocket in the beginning of the application. That would not close itself if you're not closing it somewhere. So you need to close that if you're doing a HMR-based config. Otherwise, this would really lead to memory leaks, and your application would even slow down because multiple subscriptions are happening or multiple sockets are opened. So your application might not behave as expected. First of all, you might end up confused, and this might give errors which you are not expecting, and a lot of debugging would take place and you would still not understand. So this is, I understand, kind of bad, but HMR is still magic. The way it updates your modules, you don't need to fill in the forms again, you don't need to reapply the state that was there. So if we look at it positively, right, all of these would continue the previous running state and the new state, if not either unsubscribed or closed or cleared. So I want to look at the positive side of it, which is that it would make us an irresponsible programmer, because we need to know that whatever I'm subscribing to, I need to unsubscribe. Whatever I'm opening as a connection, I need to close it. So that's just for us. If we want to, enjoy something, we would have to be very careful about whatever we are starting. We should have to close that as well. So every time you do a subscribe in the ng on destroy lifecycle hook, you should unsubscribe from that. So that's kind of the positive way of looking at it. And these are two demos that I've created. These are two links. One, these are both HMR demos. One is where subscriptions are not cleared. That means it would lead to memory leaks. So for example, you're logging to the console some values continuously, just a simple counter, for example, counter equals 0, and then you increase that and log it every time. Now, that is once when you do that. Now, for example, you want to see, just add some styling to your values which are coming. So you add stylings. Now, you've not closed the previous subscription. That means the values are still running because your application is not reloading, right? It's only the modules which are updating. So those values will still keep on increasing. The counter will still keep on increasing. But you would have another subscription which starts the counter value from 1, and then that also starts coming. So you would have values in the console as 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, just something rubbish that you would not understand. So that's when your memory leaks are happening. That's when your application is getting confused. The second demo would be about when subscriptions are cleared, sockets are closed. That means everything is done with HMR in your mind. That means no memory leaks would happen, and HMR would be still magic. So it would retain your values, it would update your modules which have changes. The compiler will take care of only the modules which have been updated. So that's kind of what HMR does, and I'll share these slides with you, and you'll get this demo. You can try out these. Both of these will be shared on Stack Blitz, so you can have a look at that. And in the end, I would just like to thank you very much for listening through and attending all the sessions since the morning. Thank you very much. You can connect with me on Twitter at this username or LinkedIn at this username. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Nishu. So there are a couple of questions. So there's a question from Deepak. Since HMR is not Angular specific, can we implement HMR in non-IV engine, say Angular V8 and below?
Yes, you can. So the main.ts code and the HMR.ts code that I showed you, that does exactly that. That's not IV specific, but we can still do that inside an Angular specific application because Webpack is still there. And the way HMR runs is just Webpack. There's no need of IV as such in that. Also, to build up on this question, I was asked this question some time back that could we run HMR in NX-CLI also? So NX kind of builds over the Angular CLI, right? There are no changes as such because it's kind of the Angular CLI with some changes. So HMR runs there as well in NX-based config.
Okay, hope that answers. So one more question from Saravanan. So how to enable HMR in Angular CLI apps?
All right. So if you're using Angular 11 and 11 point some versions, in that case, you can simply run ng-serve HMR, or you could create a script in your package.json, like maybe serve :HMR, which would simply do ng-serve HMR. And that's when Angular CLI knows that, okay, this is the HMR config, and I have to update modules and not reload the whole application. But if you're not using Angular 11 and you're using Angular 10 or any versions before that, in that case, you would need to do certain configs that I just showed you, like update your angular.json with the change that there's a new file called environment.hmr.ts, and you would need to update your main.ts file also, which checks that if the module is hot, for example, you need to show that, okay, this is HMR running. If module is not hot, you would simply show that HMR is not, can't be done in this application, things like that.
Okay. And the last question is from Kishore. HMR somehow does not run on Ionic projects. Thoughts, or I am doing it wrongly?
In your Ionic project, do you use Angular CLI or is it something else? Can you clarify that? If you're using Angular CLI in your Ionic project with no updates in that, then HMR should run. If if you have done a custom Angular CLI and if you're ejecting, then things might be a bit different.
Okay,
So maybe
I think
that question and then I could, clarify.
Yeah. So if you have any doubts, like you can connect to her in Twitter. Like this is her Twitter handle. So you can connect her in Twitter and you can clarify your question. So thanks, Nishu. Thanks for your session.
Yeah, that's fine. There's one more question that I would like to answer actually.
Okay.
It's from
So
Saravanan. How
this one?
will a more complex app behave with HMR enabled? That's a very good question because things get a little bit complex when you have a big Angular application. You would have to be very sure about all the subscriptions that you have done. For example, I as a developer always miss out on the subscriptions that I'm doing, and I would not care about unsubscribing. But yeah, that's why in most of the articles related to HMR, you would see that every article says that you need to have that mindset of HMR when you want to enjoy the benefits of HMR. So another point to add to the same question would be that it's better to use HMR in complex apps, because I've seen Angular applications in in projects next to me, that they would take so long, and my colleagues would just wait for some time because they know that this is going to take long, and they would just wait, talk around, wait for the application to compile. So that will not happen in complex apps. It would be still instant browsing, instant browser updating when you're just loading the module instead of reloading the whole application.
Okay. And any free resource to learn about HMR?
Yeah, I can share some with you, because I
Yeah.
was preparing myself, right, for the session. So I have a lot in my browser history.
Okay. And the last question is how to disable HMR in Angular CLI apps.
You don't need to disable it as such, because it's not like something that you have to use, and you can optionally choose to use HMR. So you don't really need to disable it as such. You would just need to use another flag, which is HMR, if you want to use it. If you don't want to use it, just don't use it. You don't need to really disable it from anywhere.
Okay. Yeah, I think those are the questions. Yep. Thanks, Nishu.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so the last session of the day, like we have Jeetendra, like he'll be speaking about getting started with Angular NgRx. So over to you, Jeetendra.
Yeah, just a minute. I will pull my screen.
Sure.
Let me know it's visible or not. So us.
Yeah, it's visible, Jeetendra.
Yeah. So good evening, everyone. So welcome to Angular Virtual Conference 2021, presented by ng-Keralam. So the session will be on the getting started with Angular NgRx. So we'll be starting. So about me, so my name is Jeetendra Gund. I'm working as a senior software engineer at EasyJS Solutions Limited. I have over 9 years of experience in various technologies. Like technologies I work on is Microsoft technologies and open source technologies as well, and have the experience in Angular, Knockout.js, and React. Also, I'm the C Sharp Corner MVP, 6 times C Sharp Corner MVP, and also the leading the C Sharp Corner Pune chapter. So I will be also hosting the offline as well as the online events. So I'll be also the blogger and speaker in the regular events happening in online as well as offline. So you can follow me on Twitter. My Twitter handler is Jeet_C Sharp. You can follow me on LinkedIn as well, Jeetendra Gund, and on C Sharp Corner. So I write blogs on the C Sharp corners. Yeah, so agenda will be the first is the introduction. So what is NgRx? What are the core concepts in is? What is Redux? So what is NgRx? What is Redux pattern? Core concept, store, actions, reducer, demo application. Okay, so in the introduction part, we have the NgRx state management lifecycle. So what is NgRx state management lifecycle is? So in the state management lifecycle, you can see that there is a actions are there. There is a just, sorry, yeah. There's actions are there. The stores are there. Reducer, action, effects, service, and the database component. So the store is nothing but the where the state is lives. Like what are the states we are maintaining that comes into the store. The reducers and the actions. So actions are nothing but the what are the things we do in the our application, like the submitting the form, like clicking on the button. That's nothing but the action. And the reducer are nothing but the pure functions. And here just mentioned that what is pure and impure function. Like pure function means it's only depend on what parameter we are passing to that functions. And what is impure function? The impure functions are nothing but it's not depend on the outside variables. Okay, so that's the small difference between the pure functions and the impure functions and components and selectors. So what is ngRx? So ngRx is a framework for building the reactive application in Angular. So what is the ngRx provides libraries for? So managing the local and the global state, isolation of side effects to promote a cleaner component architecture, entity collection management, integration with Angular router, developer tooling that enhance developer experience when building many different types of applications in Angular. Yeah. So before starting with Redux, so just want to try out some give some example like everyone is using the Facebook, right? So whenever you go to the Facebook, you see there is a so much like friend requests are there. So and there's notification bar in the top, so there you can see the number of notification you have got, right? So whenever you go to home page, it slides down and see the what are the updates in. If you left that page and open the another tab and again come to that Facebook page, then what you see? You see the previous page, because in that when you are using Facebook, that time you are seeing that post. So that's why the state is mentioned there. Okay, so that's nothing but the state. So so Redux pattern, so it is a design pattern that keeps all application data in a single JavaScript objects. So what are the data we are maintaining in the application that comes in a single JavaScript object? So single source of truth called store. So what are the state we are planning to maintain in our application that all are stored in the store? State is read only changed by dispatching actions, means when any action is triggered, that time we call the dispatch method of store. So it will notify the store that this is the old state and this is the new state. So it's only changed to the new state. Changes are made using the pure functions called reducers. So previously I give example like what is pure function and impure function. So reducers are purely pure functions. Okay, so the Redux is based on mainly three principles: store, actions, and reducers. So in the Redux pattern, you have seen like the uh, uh, React also have Redux, and the Angular have the ngRx, and the Vue library have the Vuex. So that is the Redux patterns. So everyone is like in the front end technologies in the Angular, we are using ngRx to get the benefit of the what the Redux pattern is in it. Okay, so this is the Redux pattern. Okay, so now these are the three principles we are going to see one by one: the store, actions, and reducers. So store where the state lives is what are the states, like what are the objects in the application we are storing that all lives in the store. Okay, so store is a RxJS powered global state management for Angular application inspired by Redux pattern. Store is a controller state container designed to help write performance consistent applications on top of Angular. So the whenever any whenever any action comes, that time it dispatches events, and that dispatch events comes to the store. It checks like it's any changes in state. It checks the state and it change the state to the new one. So store only performing the action to change the state from the old to the new. Okay, so this is nothing but the store behavior. So next is actions. So all relevant users events are dispatched as actions affecting reducers who update the store. Some examples of actions you might dispatch to change the store are login action after login form submission, right? So whenever you fill a username and password and click on submit, click on login button, that time you see like the that state we can maintain in the store as well. So like we action is like a toggle side menu action after clicking on button. Whenever like we have the pin in the left side pan, so you can click on that pin, so you can stay that left side pan as it is open, and if you unpin that, so that state, that is nothing but the action, the clicking action. And what about the state like the uh, pin or unpin? Okay, so that is nothing but the state of a single flag, so that flag we are storing in the store. Okay, so that's are nothing but the action. So actions are one of the main building blocks in NgRx. Actions express unique events that happen throughout your applications, right? So actions is nothing like everything, like I'm pressing the next button to see the to load the next item in the presentation, so that's nothing but the action. So everything is happening in our application on the click events are nothing but the action, like getting the list, click on setting button, so that's nothing but the action. So what are actions? Login action after a login form submission, toggle side menu action after a button clicks, retry data action when initialize a component, right? So whenever we are initialize any component, so what are the data comes from the server side, we are retrieving that data. Start global spinner action when saving the data. So this is the simple example what actions are nothing but. Okay, so reducers. So reducers are responsible for handling the transition from one state to the next state. Okay, so reducers are mainly a pure functions. Reducer functions handle these transitions by determining which actions to handle based on action type. So the reducers based on action type. So we are defining the reducer are nothing but the pure functions. It contains the uniqueness, that is nothing but the action type. Means when we are defining the reducer, that the action type is unique. So you can define many action types there to perform the various types of, to perform the, to store the various state of your application. So we are, yeah, we are seeing in the demo example, so what's the action type means. So what are the reducers? So reducers are nothing but the set of user details property on login page, like username. So if I want to store the username in the store, so I can set a user details property on login. So whenever user click on the login button, that time the reducers call and the user details are stored in the state. Toggle a side menu visible property true on button click. So whenever I click on button, so it visible the side menu visible property change to true or false. So based on that property, the side menu will be visible or the hide. Set successful retry data on component initialization. Global spinner example is there. Yeah, so here we have seen what's exactly the reducers actions. Now we are going to see in the demo applications. So I have already prepared the demo for simple example of the counter. Okay, so just a minute, I will share my screen again. Yeah, so this is the simple example of ngRx. So this example you can see on the NgRx site as well. So this is the very simplest example how the actions, reducers, and the store and the state is maintained in the application. Okay, so you can see the packages. So the packages are installed like the ng-Rx store. So this is the package we need to install. So currently this application is using 10.1.2. So using the ng add and the @ngrx/store command, you can install the ngrx store in your application using the Angular CLI. So
Sorry to interrupt, Jitendra. So can you zoom in a little bit? The font is very.
yeah, just a minute.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Just a minute, I will share screen again. Is it visible, Suhas?
No, Jitendra, you have not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, now it came. Yeah,
Yes. So
yeah. Now I'm able to view Visual Studio Code.
okay. Just a minute. So, yeah, is it visible, Suhas?
Yeah, now it's visible. You can zoom in a little bit.
Okay. Now?
Yeah, fine.
Okay. So this is the sample application, ngRx sample application with the counter. So I have installed the ngRx store. So you can install the ngRx by CLI or the npm package. So using the CLI, you can use the add ng add @ngrx/store. So once you run that command, it will install and it will initialize the your store module, ngr store module in the app component, app module.ts file. So here you can see. So here the settings will be like once you install the ngr store, it will update the app module.ts file as well as the package file, and it initialize here in imports. So here you can see the here you can see the for root. So for root means it's applied to the all the application in the entire application. And if you added more modules, like added like home component is there, like setting component is there, or setting module is there. So for particular model you can use like particular model if you want to use, you can use like for feature. So home is my feature, like the profile section is there. So I made bottom section and the top section. So bottom and top are my two models. So for that two features I can define like for feature, and for root purpose in the once in a app.module.ts you can use the for root. Okay, so we can use the for root. So I have added one more component. So my component is there. So in that my component I have injected the store. Okay, store with one property count. Okay, so this is the my state property count. So I have injected, and here I have subscribed the store object with the count state. Okay, this is my subscription to the store, and here you can see the three methods: increment, decrement, and the reset. And in this, every button click, so I have created three different method: increment, decrement, and reset. And every method we have the dispatch section. So whenever any action is performed, like the increment button is clicked, that time I need to increment the state of the counter. Okay, counter. So initially the counter is 0, so we are going to we are seeing in the next step. Okay, so I have defined uh, three methods: increment, decrement, and the reset button, and the with the dispatch event. So this is my initial setup. And next is, now I have injected the store, but where are the reducers and the actions? Okay, right? So reducers are nothing but the pure functions we need to define for per action. So here you can see my reducer. Okay, and these are my three actions. So I have defined uh, per action one actions. It's like per button click, like the increment button, decrement button, and reset button. So for that purpose I have created three actions: counter, component, increment, decrement, and the reset. And these actions I have used in the reducer. So this is my reducer, counter.reducer.ts file. Okay, so here I'm using that three actions: increment, decrement, and reset. So this is my syntax of create reducer with my initial state. So the initial state of my counter is 0. So I will change it, and we'll see the how it will be a change in the functionality as well. This is the initial state. So create reducer contains the initial state and the actions. Okay, so I have only the three actions here: increment, decrement, and the reset. And it has the parameter that is nothing but the state. And state is nothing but the, when I click on increment button, then it comes to the my counter component and dispatches the event to increment action. Okay, once it clicks on the increment action, it comes to the reducer, checks is there any action contains increment. So it comes, checks here, yeah, the action reducer is there for the increment. It checks the state. What's the state plus 1. So it increment the my counter by 1. Same here for the decrement and the reset button. Okay, here my component. So we'll see the example now. Yeah, so we have seen like the what is the reducer, what are the actions I have defined. So I have defined three actions: increment, decrement, and reset counter. And my initial state is 0. So when I click on increment button, it dispatches the event to the reducer that the my state is changed. So my previous state is 0, but I'm incrementing that state plus 1 in the code. Here you can see I have incremented the state plus 1. Okay, so whenever I click on increment, it comes to the reducer, check the old state, and old state is my 2 plus I'm incrementing by 1, so it is getting the result 3. Okay, so the same functionality happen with the decrement as well. So when I click on decrement, it comes to the my main component, like the counter component, check that there is a dispatch method is there, and dispatch method contains the decrement actions. So it checks the decrement actions and come to the my decrement, come to the my reducer that the decrement is happening. decrement action is performed. So it checks the state and -1. And on click on the reset, it's happening the same flow. Like it first checks the dispatches the event, comes to the action, then reducer, and what state we need to perform. So that state is updated. So when I make changes here, like I will change state to the 1. So you can see when I reload the page, my current state will be 1, because here I am defining the initial state to 1. So whenever now I'm incrementing by 1, so my state will be incrementing by 1. And when I click on reset counter, here my initial state is 1, but in the reset functionality I have put the state to the 0. So that's why in the reset counter it's state to the 0. If we want to change to 5, so when I click on reset counter, it will reset my state to 5, because we have set the state. Whenever dispatch method comes for the reset, that time I have directly set the state to the 5. So that's why the counter value will be 5. Okay, so this is the small example of the ngRx. So how the store is work, so how the reducer is working, and how the dispatch and subscribe events are happening in the application. So whenever any new model increases, so you need to make that changes in the particular module, is in the store module dot for feature. So you can maintain state by modules as well, and in the whole application as well. So the state or the store is nothing but the simple JavaScript objects, so you are maintaining your applications. So this is the simple example we have shown. Yeah, so in this session, just summarize what we have see in the current session. So we see the introduction, so how the ngRx model state management lifecycle is working. So what is ngRx? How the ngRx is using the Redux pattern, like the React or the Vue. Like the what is the we saw the core concepts. What is store, actions, and reducers? What's the exact use of store, actions, and reducers? And we see the sample applications, how the state is maintained, or how to create the reducer, how to create the actions, and how to dispatch and subscribe the state of a store of a state. So this is the sample summary, or the simple uh, actually this session is only designed, I have designed for the basic startup. So any newcomers is there, so it will see how what are the basic concepts are there, and try out a simple example. So this is the simple session I have did it. Yeah, so some of references I have used during this simple example of the session. So I have used the ngrx.io site. So you can go to the ngrx site. It has all the information you needed, like how to install the ngrx store, how to use, what is the action, how to create the actions, how to use the reducers, how to maintain the state in your application per module or the whole application. And this is the Pluralsight course I have referred by Dona Sarkar, Angular NgRx getting started. So these are the references I use during this session, or the presenting this session to you. Hope the session is helpful to everyone. I know it's a little bit late and a delay for the sessions as well. So yeah, Suhas, yeah, I'm done actually. Yeah.
Thanks, Jitendra. So there are some questions. So there's a question from Saravanan. So any immutable data structure in ngRx?
Immutable. Can you repeat the question?
So he's asking any immutable data structure in ng-Rx. So basically, it's asking any like immutable in the sense the value cannot be changed.
Yeah, actually the store is only happening like the use for like we can only change the state of the the state in the store. So the value once changed cannot be is the value is changing continuously. So that state is maintained in the store. So you can change the state of your property as well.
Okay, so one more
Hope.
question is what's the difference between ng-Rx and RxJS?
So basically, RxJS is the observables. So on the top of the RxJS, the ngRx is built because ngRx use the RxJS functionality like the what is the subscribe events, observables are there. So that's are used in the ngRx.
Okay.
So yeah.
And one more question from Deepak. So how to retain the latest ng-Rx state when the browser is refreshed?
So if you want to retain the latest changes, so what are the state you have saved in the browser? So when you refresh the browser, that time it load the initial state, not the previously stored state. Yeah.
Okay.
If you
So
want to do that, you need to use the browser IndexedDB as well to
mhm,
maintain the state on the page refresh. Yeah.
okay. And a question from John. So what is the benefit of using routing with ng-Rx?
Routing. Actually, I need to check like how the benefit is using the routing NGRX. So I have tried with the simple RxJS applications. So work on it. So yeah.
Yeah,
So
sure.
we'll try it and let you know. Yeah, John.
Sure, Jitendra. So, guys, if you have any doubts, this is his Twitter handle, Jeet_C sharp. You can connect with him regarding if you have any doubts on ng-Rx. So, thanks, Jitendra. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks.
thank you so much, Suhas Sundar, for
Yeah,
having me here. It's a wonderful session. Yeah, thank you so
thank,
much.
yeah, thank you, Jitendra. Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay, so thanks, guys. So, thanks for your support. So, let me share my screen. Okay, hope it's serviceable. Okay, so first of all, I thank you. Like from it's been around 5 hours, so 5 hours 11 minutes exactly, and you are supporting till the end, and we are currently now having 21 watching. So I think it's a great success for us, and thanks everyone for your support. Thanks to all the speakers. They like we gave only 30 minutes for them, but they prepared well and. They deliver the talk like 100% with that 30 minutes they deliver a perfect talk. So thanks to all the speakers and especially thanks to all the thanks everyone who have joined this conference. So it's our first conference from ng-Keralam community. Like we weren't expecting so much of engagement, and also we received around 195 registrations in our meetup. um, okay, so we received around 196 registrations. I think it was a good start for us. So we have planned an Angular conference every year. Like in January month, we'll have a conference every year. Like keep supporting us, guys. And this is our meetup account. Uh, so the meetup.com/talklify community. So this is our meetup link. You can go to this group and you can click join, and you can just join the group, and you'll get notified for future events. So basically we have two communities, Talklify and ng-Keralam. So ng-Keralam is purely for Angular. Talklify we focus on doing Microsoft technology events. We'll do Azure, SQL, etc. So ng-Keralam is purely for Angular. So we do last Saturday every month we do ng-Keralam, and second Saturday we'll do Talkify events. So you can just join this group to get notified about our future events. You can just go and join groups. So till now we have 373 members. So thanks everyone for your support. So that's a huge success for us. And as I said, we have a surprise for we have a surprise for you. So basically, um, the comments were very much engaging. There were some interesting questions, and the support and love you gave us was very huge. And we selected around four persons from the comment section who came up with the great questions, and like it was very engaging. So we'll just announce the winners. The first one is Deepak, and the second one is Saravanan, third one is Sujit, and fourth one is Kishore. Like these four members, like they were very much active from the beginning till now. So the questions was very much useful, and it was very good. So I think I'll repeat the names once again. It's Deepak, Saravanan, Sujit, and Kishore. So basically, you'll receive goodies from our ng-Keralam team. So you'll receive a T-shirt, maybe a notebook from our community team. So just go to our Twitter handle. So our Twitter handle is ng-Keralam. So let me just show it in the banner. So it's this ng-Keralam. Like you can go to our Twitter handle and just send us your address. We'll post your goodies to it respectively. So we'll give it maybe a T-shirt and a notebook. So thanks for these four guys. Like the questions was very much good, and thanks for keeping us. It was very much motivating for us. Thank you. And the final thing I want to cover is so like it's not about just our community. So community in the sense we'll also help others, like we'll also support other communities, other people. So I'm just going to show some good resources, blogs of the speakers, like you can follow, and I'll just go through one by one. The first one is the TikToks with Santosh. Like as he said previously, he's doing some interesting sessions. He'll pick up a good speaker, and he'll just one speaker, and there'll be one hour of engagement with some topic. So it will be very much useful for you, and you can also follow him. You can subscribe this channel. You can just search for TikToks with Santosh, and you can just subscribe. And there are some interesting contents you can know here. The next thing is meetup Angular Hive. So this is from our speaker Udhay. He has a community, as he said. He does meetups regarding Angular. So he conducts a session on I guess third Saturday of every month, and this is he have two sessions, and it will be very much useful for you. Just go for this community, meetup.com/Angular Hive. You can just go and just click join group, and you'll become a member, and you'll get notified about the events. So this if you want to deep dive into Angular, and if you want to know more about Angular, you can just go here, go to this community, and you can join. The next thing is ask.Udhay.com. So this is Udhay personal blog. Here also his contents and his way of presenting things, writing things, will be very much impressive, and he presents a topic in a simpler way. He also write blogs, and he has a good demos, and he hosted some good applications, and you'll get a clear insight of reading what he's writing in his blog. You can also visit this ask.Udhay.com to know more about Angular. And the next one is from Pandiyan. So his blog is efficientuser.com. So he also writes about Angular, Visual Studio Code, and GitHub, etc. You can also visit this efficientuser.com. He has some good number of blogs. Maybe I'm not sure about the count, but he has a lot of blogs, some important concepts. You can just visit this blog, which is called as efficientuser.com. And he also has a YouTube channel, the same Efficient User. You can also go and subscribe to. So then next thing is from Nishu Goel. Nishu Goel has her own blog, unravelweb.dev. So she also writes about all Angular things. So you'll get good content mainly upon, you can find more articles from Nishu based on Angular routing. So you can just go to this unravelweb.dev and you can just click follow button to get notified. So this is also one of the good blog site of Nishu Goel. And the next thing is Sundaram website. So he is one of the organizer of ng-Keralam and Talklify. So his website is learnwithsundar.com. You can just go to his blog. So he mainly focuses on Blazor and .NET Core, etc. And also he writes about SQL. SQL, you can just if you are more into Blazor and SQL, you want to know more about SQL. So he's good with SQL. Like he has a lot of tips, has some detailed blogs in SQL. So you can just go to learnwithsundar.com and you can click follow if you are more interested into SQL and Blazor. And the last thing is my blog. So it's devsuhas.com. So I write about Angular, Visual Studio Code, and some JavaScript concepts. So mostly I like to cover Angular and .NET Core, etc. So you can just go to my devsuhas.com and you can just like if you can read the articles, and if you like it, you can click follow. And yeah, so these are some of the good blogs I want to refer at the end of the session. You can just go to all these blogs. You'll get some, I can guarantee you'll get some interesting content, and also you can also enhance your knowledge. So these are some of the good contents I want to show you. And yeah, so once again, thanks everyone, and thanks for your support and love, like you shown us. So we weren't expecting this much of this much of registrations or this much of participation in the event. So once again, thanks everyone, thanks for joining, and have a great day, guys, and keep supporting and stay safe. Thank you.